Perhaps what am I doing? Something like such. Breath. Loss of mercy. Candid. Thing. Refugee.
I'm assuming I'm going to be crackly. It's not for me. I'm assuming. It is for you. Please let me know if I'm crackly and all fucked up. I'm hoping I'm not. But if I have to reboot, I'd rather do it at the beginning of the stream than anything else. But we'll find out. Hello, everyone. How are all of you doing? I hope very, very well. Hope your week was excellent. Mine was tiring. Isn't that a Spain away jersey? No. It is not a Spain away jersey. This is a Axe jersey from Dota, my friends. Axe from Dota. Come on. Come on. I'm too fat to be wearing it probably, but I don't care. From TI 2 or 3. Can't remember. And yes, George, I adore all of those videos. My son did too. Good videos. And Envy, it was great to join the Sirius. It's yeah. It was great to join earlier. Sirius, friend of the channel? I don't know. I shit on Sirius a lot because it's funny. And Sirius takes it too seriously. So what am I going to say? They were doing the tour stream earlier. It was fantastic. Dota is packed to latrines with Russians. You just have to be able to say Sikrblat over and over and over. you're set. But on the way home, I got Burger King. It was supposed to be like a fast trip, like 3.5 hours ago. And Walmart takes a while with the kids. My daughter has this thing. She found this jug. So one of the more infuriating things that exists for parents, and there's a lot of them, is collectible things. Let me turn down the audio 1 second. Why the fuck is this so fucking loud? The music is still so loud. There. Gachapon shit at Walmart doesn't come in single packs. They have that. But they really have these giant packs of like 20. So you can buy the small single, but next to it is like the 5-pack. And then there's this one called Milky Milk. I don't even know how to describe it. It's a jug of milk that's like this big, but it's not milk, obviously. And when you pick it up, it makes a song. It says, milky milk, milky milk, milky, milky milk. And then it stops. But she's 3. She thinks it's the best thing ever. So she picks up the fucking thing over and over and over. Over and over and over. Over and over and over. Over and over. And she will dance to it in the middle of the thing. Milky milk, milky milk, milky, milky milk. And then she does it again and again and again. And it's very difficult for me to say, Violet, put down milky milk. I have a stream to get to. So I don't. So that ends up being a lot of time. So we got Burger King on the way home, and I don't give a fuck. The Whopper's excellent. Still good. Still pretty fucking good. Whopper's excellent. The fries are still shit, but the Whopper is an excellent burger. If I could get Burger King Whopper with McDonald's fries, I'd probably just eat fast food and die fast. But I'm kind of okay with that today. What a fucking long day. I think I feel like I want to start with some political-y stuff, if that's okay with everyone. What a fucking shitty day. We're going to do a little bit of news. I think we're going to start with a little bit of news, because I don't think I can get away from doing that. We'll end up doing a little bit of reacts as well. What can I say? But for now, let's pop over. All right, come on, expand out. Okay, this was a very long fucking day. Wendy's is good. Okay, look, if it could be like I get a Wendy's, like this is here's how unhealthy of a human being I am. I've been eating well lately, but if I could get a Burger King Whopper with cheese, come on, McDonald's fries and a Frosty chocolate, of course, you freaks, so I can dip my fries in the Frosty, I'm not sure I would ever do anything else. I don't know if I would do anything else. There's a lot of things that happened today that were really, really depressing. So, in April, March to April, Trump started doing a whole bunch of tariffs. If you don't know how business works, when businesses have less money, they spend less money. There. Now you have a business degree, apparently just as good as Trump's. All of these tariffs stopped everyone from spending money. It is so bad out there that what has happened is the tariffs are so strong that all the people who have all the money, oh God, do I have to describe how the fucking economy works? We'll get to it. The tariffs and everything Trump did, we knew it would take a few months for us to get noticed. We didn't know it would happen almost immediately. So the first round of jobs numbers hits, and the way it works is the companies that report to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, Bureau of Statistics and Labor, they get stuff early, and they try to define the early answer, because businesses are required to report hirings and firings. And they go, hey, These businesses reported to us, it looks like it's going to be strong growth, so they extend that to everyone. And then the next month they do a revision. And again, most companies don't want to go, hey, we are actually suffering. We didn't hire anyone. And so they waited and they held off as long as they could, and they kind of couldn't keep holding off. So basically, all at once, a bunch of companies reported their April, June numbers, and they were horrifying. They were so bad that Trump actually fired the woman who was in charge of it, because it's really hard to describe how insane this shift is. I mean, she had to have known Trump's a dumb fuck, but the U.S. economy only added 73,000 jobs in July, and actually reset the early numbers from the previous months down by a significant amount, basically a third of what they were. So we have one of the worst sort of responses that we could have to this entire thing. It's kind of hard for me to even describe how insane this is. And it's so bad that we are going to, I think in the future, we're not going to actually get, don't you want to be at 200K a month? You want to be at like 150 to 200K a month jobs created, because that shows general positive growth, especially at the size of our economy. When you're at the actual numbers that they put out on this, it's really, really bad. Where are the numbers for last month? 1 second. Where's the revised numbers? See, everyone's reporting on it in such funny ways. Nope, fuck you. June and May totals were revised sharply lower, down by a combined 258,000. Just those 2 months. So April, we have the tariffs. We lose basically a huge amount of growth. The growth stalls entirely. So America's fucked. Like, we're done. We're done. This is over. It's only going to get worse. It's bad. It's bad. So Trump fired the woman who did it. This poor woman who clearly, everyone probably on the right is enjoying the fact that she's whatever she is. They enjoy making fun of people's looks and everything. I've seen awful things on Twitter. So that's bad enough. Here's a fun story. This is like the stupidest fucking thing this is hard for me to even gauge. Read it and just take a moment. Just read it and take a moment. On Twitter, the former president of Russia made some comments. Again, he's not really in power. Former president. And so we openly announced that we moved Trident submarines, nuclear subs, to Moscow. I can't. So that also happened today. A Twitter spat might result in nuclear winter. That's even a possibility and not like some silly onion comment. I don't even know what to do about. And then here's a fun one. If you didn't know, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting has announced it's over. So if you don't know how the system works, I grew up in a world where we had Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers, 321 Contact, all kinds of really fantastic stuff. All of that, as well as a bunch of news programs, Antique Roadshow, a whole bunch of stuff that sort of existed in public broadcasting. This counts NPR as well. Comes from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, built as a separate sort of semi-profit based, but like cohesive business unit. intentionally because they never really wanted anyone to like be politically running it. They didn't want PBS or anything that they were doing to be like on high from the state. They didn't want to be state-run media. It's liberalized, don't get me wrong, but it's not state-run the same way that like it's more like the BBC is to Britain. It's not outright run by the crown, even though it's supplied by money from the crown. It's like that. So Trump and his people pulled back about $1 billion, and that's going to basically end all of PBS and probably NPR starting in January. So that's it. That's the end of free PBS. What's going to end up happening is all of the IP there, Mr. Rogers, everything that was absolutely only ever allowed to be on PBS, you're not allowed to resell elsewhere because it's part of the deal, is now going to have to be sold off because no one owns it. So Arthur and all this other shit is going to be owned, put on streaming services, and kids are fucked. I did hear about Ryan Walters and the supposed porn that he showed that apparently was, I mean, they're probably all pedos. I have no interest in them. Disney will buy it or HBO will buy it. HBO owns Sesame Street now. If you didn't know, they have a big deal with Sesame Street. And yes, well, it doesn't only affect rural affiliate stations. Josue Ramirez. That is not that. It is funding all of the things that go into PBS. So there's a lot of rural stations. There are some local stations that are, again, when it says like funded by viewers like you, all of that stuff. But the Corporation for Public Broadcasting funds all of that shit. So it's going to be a lot of rural stations. PBS is like some of the places only really have PBS plus cable or internet because they support community broadcasting. They support public access. Just gone. All that shit's basically gone. And it's really sort of, it's one of those things we don't, NPR, I don't think NPR as a whole is over as much as smaller station. Well, no one knows exactly what it means because this is not something that was possible until like this year. Like no one thought this would happen. This is the same thing as they've cut Medicaid, but they've redefined the taxation of Medicaid in such a way that it's actually going to cut Medicare by about 10%. People don't realize this, and we don't really know what it means in terms of the big, beautiful bill because no one's ever done this. So because of all of these knock-on laws and how they'll happen, the entirety of it means when it stops, we actually don't know who's not going to get a paycheck next. It's a friend of mine. His company, he found out, was being run by grants from Medicaid. For example, they were doing some app with medical stuff that had to do with special needs kids. Gone. They found out they are not getting any more money. And he's like, they had no idea that they were funded in this particular way because it's just not a thing people really consider. So it's grants are gone, shit's gone. And when you think about what that means, we don't know. Rural hospitals are going to be closing. Rural television stations closing. Rural schools are going to be closing because of what they've done to the Department of Education. Starting in December and January, that's going to be those 2 months, we're actually going to see where the rubber meets the road in terms of what this actually does to people. It may not do all of this. We may find out that, we won't. We may find out elsewise. I do not believe that's the case. I tend to trust the people that I've read about this and who have done the work on it. But it's, this is horrifying. This is end of America stuff as far as I'm concerned. I really, and it's all in service of, to this weird, this is why this is all happening. It's this weird time, weird shit. Child sex trafficker who worked with Mar-a-Lago and Epstein to recruit for the sex trafficking and the rapes. She's been moved to a prison camp in Texas, which is weird and kind of freaking everyone else out. It's worth just taking a moment and going, huh? Wait, what? What's happening here? Why are you doing this? What's that? What's going on? Huh? I don't know. Yeah, right near the border. And she's not a U.S. citizen. So, I mean, deporting her to where she came from after we just can't. I don't know. We just, I don't know. What are we going to do? So that's, this is what we're doing now. And it's very interesting to watch people's responses generally to all of this, because I think, as I've seen it, and it's across the board, I'm doing a piece right now trying to talk through, the way voting works and how people fuck up understanding what voting is. But a lot of people get sort of in this mind space that their vote is for the person, and so anything the person does, they have to back up. Right-wingers do this far more often than Democrats. Democrats don't do this nearly as often. It's because it's a paranoid fascist sort of mentality. So what ends up happening is now they're at a point where all the stuff that they have said that they didn't want done or that they were against is now just flatly happening. There was an amendment being passed to stop Trump from taking the $1 billion 787 that Qatar has gifted the presidency with him when he leaves office. And the Republicans blocked it because they know Trump is going to take it when he leaves office. It's open air corruption, which is really interesting to sort of have us finally at that point where he's actually no longer sort of hiding it in the way that he was, or even putting words around it. He doesn't have the Steve Bannons or the rest. He's just doing the thing clumsily and terribly and panicking as he does it. That part I find fascinating, but it's, I'm very sad for all the kids who are going to be fucked in the next 2 years that these people are allowing to get thrown to the wolves, as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned, I don't see it as anything else than that. But that's the news of the day as far as things go, and I do not like that that's the case. I do not like that that's the case. So, what do you say we figure out something to react to? So I got a couple of these. We're going to have you guys vote on them. And here's how the stream is going to go today. It's going to be pretty simple. It's pretty simple. General reactions to a couple things. You guys are going to get, don't worry, Olivia, you're going to get to pick. This isn't the only one. Relax. It's okay. Okay. It's okay. There's some interesting ones in this. Don't worry. There's some interesting ones. And then there's absolutely not some interesting stuff. Okay. So we're going to do a couple of these. There. I got the playlist up. We're doing okay. This lame. So here's the thing. I am very interested in reacting to things that I can build off of. And he is, from what I've seen of his other videos, he is wrong in all of the ways that I think are good. I don't think he's disingenuous. I think he's just bad. But he's saying stuff that is interesting. So it's something to dance off of, which is always good. Then we've got Ben Jordan. And I want to talk through this one because I love Ben. If you don't know Ben has done a bunch of fantastic videos. He's a music artist, technology nerd fucker, hacker. He's a really cool fucking weird dude. He does a lot of really cool weird shit. Really like him. And he goes into a lot of really interesting stuff. This video is 40 minutes of him talking about the death of American capitalism. Problem is he doesn't really know what capitalism is or labor or the theory of it. So the question is, can we watch it and build on it. That's my hope. This is fascinating. So this is techno-feudalism. Now, one sec. For some reason, the stupid little... One sec. I have to go back to fucking OBS. Why isn't the little thing showing up with the title right there? Is that... Why would that not be... There. There. Why are you over there? You fucking weird little thing. Oh, because I moved you here with that because I also have this other thing that I had there, which is you guys. Why did you not pop right back up? What the fuck? There you go. Look at you guys. Look at that. I love you guys. That's how much I love you. I'm putting you right up there. So here's how this works. This one is, I don't think good. I don't think this video is going to be good, but it might be. And I'm fascinated for it to be close. Techno-feudalism, Lyotard, Deleuze, and contemporary technology. Given that feudalism really never existed, it's it's going to be an interesting video. I'm actually really interested in it. I'm interested in it. Envy says, Brooks, have you seen the Plastic Pills podcast? I try not to give myself aneurysms. Sure, if he did anything on Latour, he doesn't actually give a shit about Latour or anything Latour says. He is not someone who cares about theory. He likes the aesthetic of talking about it. He is shit. Plastic Pills is shit and terrible. And I have no interest in dealing with him again. It's worse than Philosophy Tube because at least Philosophy Tube, I don't know, was successful doing what Plastic Pills is trying to do. No interest. So I think this will be interesting. I'll try not to be too terribly hard on it, but I'm also not going to be too terribly kind to it either. Right? If feudalism never existed, we'll go over that. And just so you know, turns out not really, actually. And that it was a big fucking mistake in history. And there's a lot of really great scholarship since then. It's really fascinating. There's a human piece of shit called President Sunday who fucking got me to start watching this. And I hate this video. But I am really interested in building off of this because I think there's a lot of real interesting shit to have the conversation around when it comes to AI, because most people have no concept of it. And on the AI bent, this video I wanted to go into because it's at least a different take.
This video is sponsored.
This one's called Everyone is Cheating, Even the Professors. And it's actually like sort of an interesting turn that's a little bit odd. So maybe. So let's see if we can do this poll. And we're going to add, I can have 4 options. All right. So let's see. Which one will I do? It's going to be first up. We'll do Ben's Death of Capitalism. And then we're going to do Techno-feudalism. And then we're going to do AI is God, I guess, blah, blah. I've watched the beginning of this already. I've already reacted to part of it. It's terrible. It's terrible, but it's terrible in a way that I think I can actually build off of. We'll find out. And then everyone is cheating. So here's how this will work. You'll notice we have 5 videos and 4 options. If the winner is actually not a clear winner, if it's like within 4 points of others, and if it turns out there's like mostly an even distribution, then we're going with the 5th option. Then we're going with history is neither linear nor circular. So make something matter. Vote so it matters. Okay? Make it matter. Otherwise, we're going to watch.
How can we understand
the movement of history. Why do people do what they do? Why do nations go to war? Why do nations have peace? Okay? So I'm looking at grand history. I'm looking at the large structural movement of history.
They were going to watch this if there isn't a clear winner heading far and away. So you guys are actually making sure there is one. Oh, maybe. Don't push it. Don't push it. It's getting close, guys. It's getting close. I don't know. We'll find out. I don't know. He's describing Flux. I adore you, Slugano. Is this guy actually lecturing your class? So this is one of the great questions of our time. We're going to discuss Professor Jiang clips, which is the name of his channel, which is amazing because he has clips of himself on it, which is great. He's also got his larger channel, which is Predictive History, 409,000. His hands. Do you see his hands? Everything. Look at it's in everyone. Same shit. It's all of them. He's very this thing. But is he in front of a class, you ask? Well, we know there's times where he's definitely not in front of a class. For example, when he's in a bush, right? Like this is a bush.
Good morning, YouTube.
Or it's the smoking section at the community college he teaches at. That wasn't nice, Brooks. I know.
Hi, YouTube. This is Professor Jiang. Today is my last day in Beijing. Tomorrow morning, I board a flight.
But is he in a class? He talks like he is.
So today we will do Immanuel Kant and Friedrich Hegel. So my main argument is that Kant is really taking the main thesis of Dante.
That's why I want to watch him. Hegel is ticking Dante. It's my brother. Hello, Aaron. I am streaming right now. I will do so. I'll hit you up later. Peace. So, but here's the thing. You can see there isn't people, right? Like he doesn't have a class, but he's always talking in front of a group and he's like talking to people around the camera. And I love that.
Okay, good morning, class. So we are today doing the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. And this topic is extremely relevant today because there's a country in the world that purposefully modeled itself.
That would be awesome, Mark. You know what? In my headcanon now for him is that he just is like wandering the earth, looking for empty rooms with whiteboards and just going in and recording. And there's there's kids in there already. People already in there. And he just goes. And no one knows who he is. Oh no, there's no one in there. Like, but there's sort of like you can see the chairs.
Out of Rome.
Right?
This country
you can see the shadow and the reflection where there's clearly no one sitting in the chairs. Right?
Okay, good morning. So let us do an overview.
But he does this thing where he does this, like, hello, class. Yes. How you doing, Steve? All right, over there too? Yeah, you're someone else. How you doing? All right. And then computer, where that's okay. It's fascinating. I'm fascinated by it. I'm fascinated by him.
The history of the ancient Israelites. Okay?
I see, this is the thing. This is why I find it fascinating. But that's why we picked the video we did, because it's stuff that I think is actually very, it's terrible. And I like terrible.
So this is a very exciting day because we are officially starting the Gay to Lee's journalism course. Traditionally, we've understood journalism and research as this method of just collecting information, organizing it, and then expressing it. But then along came a man named Gay to Lee's, and he transformed journalism. And he transformed the way we understood research. Okay? So we created something called literary journalism, which is the idea
be kind, be kind, be kind.
that journalism can be by itself be literature. But the Gay to Lee's method is going to teach us how to be creative, how to be imaginative, and how to engage with reality and engage.
He's got an SCP in philosophy. He teaches at the SCP Academy. Oh, this is an SCP. This is an SCP lab character. I adore it. I don't know what this is. It looks like Techno-feudalism is going to win hands and away. So I'll give that another 2 minutes and then we'll probably make the move. But it's, so that's the first video where there's clearly people. He's walking around. There's clearly no one in the room right now. You can see the window and the light.
Okay, let's start class. We're continuing the United States-Iran war. As I've said in the previous class, the United States will invade Iran. We don't know when. It might be 2 years from now. It might be 6 years from now. Okay? But eventually it will happen. And in today's class, I want to go over some of the reasons why the United States will invade.
You can see the shadows, that there's no kids there. There's like one guy in the corner with a gun demanding that he do a lecture is basically how it works. But here's the thing though. For that, so there's a couple parts to this.
Will invade Iran.
So I'm going to assume there's one of two possibilities. There's something really reflective in the room, or the angle of the sun is at a point that it's doing this. So this is either first thing in the morning or last thing at night. This is not when school is running. I don't believe so. This was in the middle of May. They're in the Northern Hemisphere. This is really early. If he's in Beijing, wait, where is he? Where does he teach? That's crazy north. Where does he actually teach? I'm so fascinated. This is like, I adore this. Oh, this is actually not, the Clips channel isn't even Professor Jiang. This is someone else doing a Clips channel and it's got 86,000 fucking viewers. That's amazing. He's in China. I think he said he was in Beijing, but I think he was visiting. So he probably doesn't teach in Beijing. So it's more southern than that, maybe. He might be more rural. It might be an American school. It might be another thing. But this, I watched the first night. I love this. I think there's stuff to actually go over. But I will call the end on this one. That is a clear and far away end to our friends Techno-feudalism. Good Lord. This is going to be a thing. Let's get that fucking transcript so I can be ready. Let's do it. Watch later. Close you for now. All right. His Twitter location says Beijing, but his video said that he was visiting Beijing. Oh, He might teach outside of Beijing. Oh, fuck, it is a gigantic goddamn area. It's like saying that you're in like Beverly Hills, but you teach in LA. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. But again, Beijing's crazy far north. So in May, the sun at that angle, it worries me. That's a hell of a thing. That poor guy. It's a hell of a thing. So this is Wee Cecil. Oh, I haven't looked at any of this. Someone posted this and I did no background just because I really wanted to react to this thing. Well, this could be a thing. Maybe this could be a thing. Maybe this could be a thing. Probably not. Maybe not. Two seconds. People never stop. That's okay. That's okay. Wish me luck. If you like what I do, if you support the QC, please join as a member. Buy memberships. Always good. Memberships are fantastic. Good. Better. Super chats, even better. Even better is if you head to Patreon and you subscribe for a recurring monthly $5, $3, $2. Every little amount helps because I'm trying to get this thing to being actually sustainable. That would be lovely. This is going to be a thing. The description has no sources. I know. I saw that too. This is why I pulled up the, this is why I have the transcript pulled up, because I want to be going through and I want to be just really explicit about this, because these usually are a little rambly, but it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. Let's say a few things. I'm going to tell you right now, he's probably getting Deleuze wrong. But that's fine. Most people do. More frustrating is when he's going to get Lyotard wrong, who is very difficult to get wrong because he didn't write kind of a lot. But the big thing is, and let's talk about this for a second before we get into it because it's worthwhile. If he's going to go in and talk about how there was no feudalism, which would be great. The way that feudalism sort of worked is it didn't. When we talk about history, one of the challenges we have is we like to talk about things as totalized systems. So if I say feudalism was what we had for many, many years, and it's like, what's feudalism? Well, feudalism is where we have kings and then they have their cohorts who report to them and then this. And it's like, okay, but the only evidence of that was a couple of French guys who found that in an Italian monastery for about 50 years. And otherwise, it was far, far, far more complicated than that. The reality is there was no feudalism. There's a fantastic, I'm actually going to send you to Reddit. There's only one subreddit worthwhile on all of Reddit, by the way, if you don't know it. Do you know it? Does anyone want to guess what I'm going to send you to? Because there's only one, and it is Ask Historians. It's phenomenal. Easily the best that there is on it's one of the best things that there is on the internet. Our Deleuze should be burned in a fire. This is the world to be understood. If you want to go through and understand it, this guy, this person goes through and explains and answers a ton of questions. And I'm just going to read a little bit. And we'll I'll pop it on screen even for you guys. So you can read a little bit along with me. Boop, boop, boop. It has dominated academic and popular misconceptions of the Middle Ages and continues to be taught in schools. The topic of feudalism is certainly popular in Ask Historians, which has seen fascinating and fruitful debate, sometimes in unexpected places. Sometimes it has led to tired repetition and moaning from both sides that feudalism was not a contemporary concept. Can you please define what you mean by feudalism, or that we aren't explaining why feudalism doesn't exist? One of the troublesome things about using the word feudalism is definition. So we must begin by testing your patience with some introduction. Feudalism is a broad term which has been presented by historians, most familiar being Mark Bloch and F.L. Ganshoff, as complete models of medieval society covering law, culture, and economics. Often feudalism in the public mind and for historians is associated with knights, nobles, kings, castles, fiefs, lords, and vassals. Others might conceive of it in a socioeconomic sense, the Marxist idea of appropriation of the means of production, in this case land, and tension between classes. For many people, it just means the medieval period, often with its partner, the Dark Ages. Also bullshit. Commonly, feudalism is used as an all-encompassing concept, completely descriptive, such that when someone, such as when someone says it was feudal society or they have feudal ties or he ruled as a feudal lord, the audience is supposed to understand implicitly what it means. Feudalism is an intellectual construct created by legal antiquarians of the late 16th century, developed and imposed by economists, intellectuals, and historians onto the medieval period. The word itself first appeared in French and English and German in the 19th century. At the height of its popularity, feudalism purported to model the social, political, legal, economic, and cultural world of the Middle Ages between the late Carolingians and the later Middle Ages. Everyone following so far? All right. The call for feudalism to be deposed was instigated by Elizabeth Brown, Who Rules, in her groundbreaking paper, The Tyranny of a Construct, Feudalism and the Historians of Medieval Europe. In 1994, a major assault was launched on the cornerstone of feudalism, Susan Reynolds' Fiefs and Vassals, which I recommend. It's a very good book, which revisited the sources with a critical eye. Her argument was that scholars, including great medieval historians, read the evidence expecting to find feudalism and then forced evidence to fit the received mode of feudalism. I've been going back and forth on, it's my new thing I've been writing for next week. It's a piece, and it's about Procrustes. There's this fantastic word that Latour used, I heard today. I started writing a piece on it. Envy will recognize it. A few of you may. Procrustes was I don't want to say god, but a medieval mythical figure from the Greeks. And the idea was that Procrustes had a bed for travelers, and the bed was always the right size for travelers. The twist was that if you were too small for it, he would stretch you out, and if you were too big for it, he'd cut your arms and legs off until you fit. The idea being that he made sure the bed always fits you. I heard it from Sirius's stream earlier. I literally just said that, Sirius. So that thing and that concept feels incredibly useful. It seems to be out of date, but this is what the tyranny of the construct is about. What feudalism does is they go in with the right size bed and then they cut off everything that doesn't fit. Everyone following so far? That's kind of the setup. Of course, the evidence is often a matter of debate itself. The critiques made by historians like Reynolds have been met variously with denial, applause, and caution, but Reynolds' critiques have been tested different ways in the past 20 years, and many medievalists have found her ideas persuasive and well-founded. It's hotly debated. The SAMA was created in part to discuss recent scholarship and explore how it was created. This is a wonderful piece. I linked to it. All of the links are in here. It's fantastic. And the people answering, this is why I love Ask Historians. The people who are answering, Green Reaper holds an MA in Medieval and Renaissance Studies from University College London. His chief research outputs have been Ritual of the Homage, regarded in, like, it's insane. And then Idjet, a postgrad who studies medieval heresy and Inquisition. You have to prove yourself to be able to talk there. I really, really love it. Tyranny of the Construct's great. I linked to it, and there's a reason I did. So with that, this is what I'm going into this with. Okay? These are the assumptions I'm going into this with. I'm hoping all of these wonderful, wonderful things can be talked about and we can get through them, but we're going to find out now.
Thanks to our Patreon members for helping to make this episode possible, and we're now available on all the major podcasting platforms. You can find more information at the links below. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to do a special topics here because I've received some questions about information technology, artificial intelligence, these sorts of things about which I in no way want to consider myself an expert. But again, I'm a philosopher, study philosophy, and what's fascinating to me is the degree to which early relative to the development of the technology, thinkers like Jean-Francois Lyotard and Gilles Deleuze, amongst others, Foucault even had talked about the kinds of information technology environments in which we find ourselves, even though they had been talking about this 50 plus years ago, 60 years ago, 40 years ago, in that time range. And so I thought it would be an interesting position from which to reflect upon the values that have come to dominate parts of our society as they both predicted and expected, and then as a reflection on their work, what that might mean. And the proximate cause of these reflections was questions about Techno-feudalism, which is a concept that's been around for a while. Yanis Varoufakis, I'm sorry, these Greek names, I apologize, I always mispronounce everything. Yanis Varoufakis has been a promoter of this idea. He's written an interesting book on the subject. And so it was in pondering the nature of the argument around this concept of techno-feudalism that made me reflect on, in part what this is a concentration and a generalization of the experience of modern technology as predicted by some of these earlier thinkers. Again, in this case, all three French, Lyotard, Deleuze, and Foucault. And the reason I encountered this is one of my mentors.
Oh God, this is going to be about control societies. A lot of people really love control societies. I highly recommend people not touch with it. Oh, Yog, first off, thank you for the $10. Where should I start with Spinoza? So there's the Curly translation. I would just say pick up and start. If you're looking for, it's not often you hear someone say the best place to start is Deleuze, but Gilles Deleuze's book, Spinoza Practical Philosophy, has 3 parts to it. It sounds weird to say like this. The opening is like a history of Spinoza. It's so good that, honest to God, it's like Deleuze missed a calling as a biographer. It's phenomenal. It's in point. It's on point. It nails things and it tells a story. It's really great. And it really helps sort of set the stage for Spinoza's ethics. The second part of the book is literally a glossary you can use for referencing as you're reading. And Deleuze, I think, instead of his normal thing where he really is kind of making things weird, and he does that in Expressionism, his other book on Spinoza. But the glossary here is, I think, pointed and very, I think it's a good read of Spinoza. Other may disagree. I'd be curious to see anyone who does. But his third part is where he's explaining it. And I think his explanations are solid. So I would say Spinoza Practical Philosophy by Deleuze with ethics alongside it as you go, I think would be a really fantastic setup. I think it'd be just wonderful. So I probably how I would recommend it. If anyone disagrees, feel free to let me know. And Yog, thank you for the $10. Also join the QC. We will always help. You can just jump in and ask a question. We got a bunch of Spinoza questions because I did my piece on Spinoza's geometric method that was not encompassing because I was not trying to make an encompassing thing. So a lot of people ended up jumping in, which is good. Just, we're here to help. So Envy. So there's a piece, postscript on the societies of control, that Deleuze wrote, sort of I don't want to say alongside Foucault, but utilizing a lot of Foucault. And people who read it, they find a lot of things in there that I don't necessarily think are in there. yeah, I don't know how else to put it. We have a Spinoza group. When the fuck did we start a Spinoza group? All right, QC has a Spinoza group. Yeah, that would be the best place to start. Fucking. That's okay. I'm not supposed to know everything that always happens. I forgot we even had a Spinoza group. Jesus Christ. Oh, Eldoran's doing it Saturdays. Oh, that's right. Saturdays. That's because Eldoran is trying to kill himself by doing 3 readings in a fucking day. There's a Spinoza group for a while. The fuck? I don't care. I don't know what happens in my, like I say, the QC, the joke is that it's Brooks's group. It's not my fucking group. Anyone can do whatever they want. And I have no memory and I don't really care. Anyway, so Postscripts on Societies of Control is written late in Deleuze's life, very late. And it deals with how power will be changing. It's written very explicitly, sort of as a response to a conversation with Foucault, who's already dead, very much already dead. And the shift from what Foucault saw as punishment or disciplinary societies to societies of control as Deleuze sees it. And so it's no longer about enclosed institutions, but instead open, continuous modulation of environments, as Deleuze talked about. It isn't really what people think it is. People very much overstate the technical of it. And I have a lot of issues with most people's readings of it. And it's, to me, it's probably one of the weakest pieces that he's done, honestly. Like I don't find it to be as attractive as a lot of people do. It's short, it's simple, it's a handful of comments around a few things, and it isn't interesting or in depth to me in a way that makes it accessible, interesting, or something you can build off of. It's the stuff said in AO and ATP, but said badly. Just my thoughts. It's not my favorite piece is. I need some other visuals to look at while this is happening. So, this is gonna be tiring because I can't do one image. This is a lot.
Was a translator of Jean-Francois Lyotard into English, and so then I read very early, relatively speaking, his work, and particularly the postmodern condition, in which he talks about this, and is really, it's shockingly prescient, is what I would say. You just become, every step of the way that he argued is what we're seeing, and so I wanted to start with sort of Lyotard's critique.
This is why Deleuze talks a lot about how he hated metaphor, because metaphor and these things where we can kind of shift meaning very easily, it's very tiring.
Will invade Iran.
No, I don't want you talking. Go away. Let's see. What can we have? That's ants building anthill 10 hours. Is there anything like that? Perfect. I find ants fascinating. I'm sorry if anyone has a bug issue. This would not be a stream to watch for you, I guess. But we're going to go back and play.
We get from the introduction, first section of the postmodern condition. Deleuze sort of expands on this, and then what this actually says about where we are with techno-feudalism and what that might actually mean, and the counter critique of this. So to begin with, Lyotard's ideas are pretty clear and, again, pretty prescient. So the book was published in 1979, I believe. So he'd been writing it for a while, though. So anyway, so that's pretty early on when you think about, we're reflecting from 50 years later now, so 55, 60 years of forecast, and then here we go. And he says, one, that knowledge would become basically data driven, like it would become informational. It's not longer, it's a consumption product. So it's for buying and selling rather than for enlightenment.
I am not sure that's accurate. I'm actually not even sure how you come to that. I'm actually not sure how you come to that. What the fuck? Okay, one sec. We're going to listen to this again.
Based, and then here we go. And he says, one, that knowledge would become basically data driven, like it would become informational.
Oh, okay. All right. Time to pull up postmodern condition. Let's do it. I think I have, I know I have a copy behind me, but I need a PDF. Postmodern condition, a report on knowledge. Okay. Let's see. Let's find the word data. All right. It's in the foreword, which is not written by him. I don't want to read Frederick Jameson's foreword. I want to go to the actual shit here. All right. It's from that. Okay. Yeah. How is it? Okay, one sec. This is
forecast. And then here we go. And he says, one, that knowledge would become basically data driven, like it would become informational.
Okay. Performativity is legitimation. There's a couple facets of how he talks about it. Knowledge in computerized societies, page 3, is going to be where this is talked about. Get past the forward because I don't care. Jameson, the reactionary fuck. Okay. Knowledge works for legitimate. If meta-narrative implying a philosophy of history is used to legitimate knowledge, questions are raised concerning the validity of the institutions governing the social bond. These must be legitimated as well. Yes. Now get me to... There it is. Okay. I feel like I should just be moving. Issues is supported somewhere it won't find it. Well, no, here's the thing. Then you haven't read Lyotard's piece. Lyotard talks about this, and we can actually find it very cleanly. I'm going to probably... Let's see. I'm going to swap. Give me a second. This is going to be a swappy swap. And we're going to move it over here. Boop, boop, ba-doop. We can make me nice and cute. Boo! Ah! Look at that. How beautiful. But we want to put it behind the PDF. Why is the PDF not in front of me? Fucking where the fuck? There you go. All right. Field knowledge in computerized societies is the first section. This is the first thing in the fucking book. So it's totally doable. Totally makes sense that he's going to take from this first part. The second part, and it's pretty explicit. The second one is performativity. That's a big deal to Lyotard. It's actually I would say the more important deal. But hey, everyone's got their own takes on these books. I'm not going to bitch. Ask me again after I'm done with this video, Chris Cut. I want to be able to get through this because this is going to take literally all my brain power, and I apologize in advance, but there's no way this is not going to just fucking ruin my goddamn brain. All right. Scientific knowledge is a discourse. These technical transformations can be expected to have considerable impact on knowledge, two principal functions, research, many other things. Nature of knowledge cannot survive unchanged within the context. To fit new channels, knowledge must now and will have to possess the means of translating the languages, whatever research is translating. We may expect a thorough exteriorization of knowledge with respect to the knower at whatever point. This is not that interesting. I don't really care for this. I like Lyotard as like what he was trying to do, but again, none of his writings are very good. Knowledge in the form of an informational commodity indispensable to productive powers already will continue to be major, perhaps the major stake in the worldwide competition for power. That is not saying it will become data. Ideology, we can actually just go through and find anywhere it says any of these things. The pertinent distinction will no longer be between knowledge and ignorance, but rather, in case of money, between payment knowledge, investment knowledge, between units of knowledge, exchange, and daily maintenance. See, this was written in 79. This is 7 years after Anti-Oedipus, and he's straight up taking from Deleuze and Guattari here. A lot of people mistake this by thinking it gets turned into data. It's not. It's not. When he's talking here, and he's saying, the units of knowledge exchanged in daily maintenance frameworks versus funds of knowledge dedicated to optimizing the performance of a project. He's trying to find a new way to talk about basically the flux, D&G, dx over dy, differential of capital that they use in Anti-Oedipus. But it's not data. This is not data. The two types of knowledge dedicated to optimizing performativity, and then units of knowledge exchange in daily maintenance framework, which is the workforce survival. This is not data. It's not data. Not as we would use the term, I think. 2 pages up. Mentions the bought and sold. Oh yeah. No, but again, it's not data. So we're going to go back and forth. We're going to end up swapping between a couple of these. So just be ready for getting a little, I don't know. Hopefully you like the transition, is what I'll say.
It's a consumption product. So it's for buying and selling rather than for enlightenment or improving the quality of your life or being experiential. And this, if any idea sticks with you, and certainly one that's been sticking with me and then
that's
comes
fair.
and goes, is the degree to which we've become convinced that the things that are stored in these big data centers and cloud all over the world and using all this power and so on and so forth is meaningful. But
they're not discussing knowledge in that sense, like how it's stored in books and libraries and experiential versus data centers. That's not what Lyotard's talking about at all. It's much more how data is passing through us or being used constantly. That's the phrasing he's using. The scenario of computerization of the most highly developed societies allows us to spotlight certain aspects of the transformation of knowledge and its effects on public power and civil institutions. Effects it would be difficult to perceive from other points of view. We're going to read for a moment. Our hypothesis, therefore, should not be accorded predictive value in relation to reality, but strategic value in relation to the question raised. To just skip ahead. This is as much to say that the hypothesis is banal, but only to the extent it fails to challenge the general paradigm. God damn it. He doesn't, just state the fucking point, dude. Come on. Still in that first section. Keep going. Modern alternative. Come on. We're gonna get there. Don't worry, everyone. Here. In section 1, I leveled 2 objections against the unquestioning acceptance of an instrumental conception of knowledge in the most highly developed societies. Knowledge is not the same as science, especially in contemporary form. Science, far from successfully obscuring the problem of legitimacy, cannot avoid raising it with all of its implications, which are no less socio-political than epistemological. Let us begin with an analysis of the nature of narrative knowledge by providing a point of comparison. Our examination will clarify at least some of the characteristics of the form assumed by scientific knowledge in contemporary society. This is the only one. The other one's performative. This is the only type of knowledge we can be talking about. In addition, it will aid us in understanding the question of legitimacy raised or fails to be raised today. Savoir, knowledge, French savoir, which is not It's not really knowledge as a thing. Savoir is, it is knowledge, but it's not, that is not a direct translation. The knowledge of a thing it includes an awareness. It's not just like knowledge in terms of like book learnings. It's not that. There's something more with it. I think there's something more with it. Yeah, I'd say there's something more. In general, it cannot be reduced to science, nor even to learning. Learning is a set of statements which, to the exclusion of all other statements, denote or describe objects. It may be declared true or false. It's denotation. Science is a subset of learning. It is also composed of denotative statements, but imposes two supplementary conditions on their acceptability. The objects to which they refer must be available for repeated access. In other words, they must be accessible in explicit conditions of observation, and it must be possible to decide whether or not a given statement pertains to the language judged relevant by the experts. I think said better by Deleuze again in What is Philosophy, where the nature of a scientific element of, as they refer to it, is basically that the creation of more or less a measurement table that references all possibilities of it that can then be referenced again with those same things. It requires that table requires that same setup, so that way it can be repeated. And Deleuze talks about sort of the disembodied infinite I that's presumed to be objective, that's looking at it from these different things. Knowledge is not really experiential for this. No, it's a different setup. It's a different setup as I read it. Very different setup. But what is meant by the term knowledge is not only a set of denotative statements, it's a stating facts. It's 90 at 100 degrees C, water boils. That's not knowledge. That's knowing things. That's knowledge, but it's not savoir. Savoir is a different type of knowledge that he's specifically talking about in the original French. So it's not just denotative facts. Far from it. It includes notions of know-how, knowing to live, how to live, street smarts, a short version, savoir-faire, savoir-vivre, savoir-couture, etc. Knowledge, then, savoir, then is a question of competence. It goes beyond that simple determination and application of the criterion of truth, extending to the determination of application of criteria of efficiency. There's a lot of reasons I have issues with Lyotard. This is huge. I don't agree with this statement at all. But I'm going to try to argue for him anyway. Simple determination, application of the criterion of truth, extending to the determination and application of criteria of efficiency. The technical qualification of justice and happiness, ethical wisdom, of the beauty of a sound or color, auditory or visual sensibility. Someone who has a natural understanding what colors go together, right? Someone who has a grasp of that, the savoir around that. It's knowledge, because you can't say the facts of, oh, this color always goes perfect with this color partial to this. It's like there's more to it than just saying the facts, is what he's kind of getting at here. Understood in this way, knowledge is what makes someone capable of forming good denotative utterances, but also good prescriptive and good evaluative utterances. Kantian good and common sense. Critique of pure judgment. If you haven't read it, you should. He's just pulling from that. And again, he is cribbing a lot of this from a book that literally stepped away from this entire idea. So it's kind of complicated. It is not a competence relative to a particular class of statements, cognitive ones, to the exclusion of all others. On the contrary, it makes good performances in relation to a variety of objects of discourse possible. Objects to be known, decided on, evaluated, transformed. From this derives one of the principal features of knowledge. It coincides with an extensive array of competence-building measures, and is the only form embodied in a subject constituted by the various areas of competence composing it. Look, people may know a bunch of shit and be really bad at it. I'm just, this is again not that difficult to talk about. You can go to school for a long time in design school. You can be super knowledgeable about everything that's ever been done and be able to recite it. You can have memorized and seen every film. It doesn't mean you can make a good movie. It doesn't mean you know what makes a good movie. It doesn't mean you even understand what's even decent. Sorry, the critique of judgment. I didn't mean the critique of pure judgment. Sorry, brain fart. I've been overdoing Kant lately. Critique of judgment. It's fantastic. It doesn't matter. What he's talking about here is that there's knowledge and then there's like the good use of it, which is similar to the idea of like good sense or common sense. If someone has the good sense or the directionally, they're working towards the right choice in the end. That's savoir and knowledge as Lyotard's putting it forward here, that there's this type of knowledge that's a little bit more than just knowing facts. It's knowing how to use them, right? That's the idea. You can have read every book in the world, doesn't mean you can write well. Or you can have read a bunch of philosophy and still not be able to do philosophy, for example. Brianna Wu reference, and she hasn't read, seen, or done anything in her life. So, another characteristic meriting special attention, we're just going to skip this because that's what he's talking about, and he's now blah, 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 blah. It is fair to say there is one point on which all of the investigations agree, regardless of which scenario they propose to dramatize and understand the distance separating the customary state of knowledge from its state in the scientific age, the preeminence of the narrative form in the formulation of traditional knowledge. Some study this form for its own sake. Others see it as a diachronic costume of the structural operators that, according to them, properly constitute the knowledge in question. Still others bring to it an economic interpretation in the Freudian sense of the term. All that is important here is the fact this form is narrative. Narration is the quintessential form of customary knowledge in more ways than one. Anyone who was part of the earlier reading on Latour probably guess all the critiques I would be making about this. Anyone? Yeah, actually, I hate that fucking Elon stole the term. Yes, to grok. For those of you who don't know, Robert Heinlein was actually a pretty fucking decent author once in a while, and he invented a term called grokking, and it's cognizing as a thing, like cognizing, right? So when you grok something, you're grasping it mentally. You grok it. Fantastic term, and 100% is what they're talking about here. Ego, Death Stranding. By the way, savoir versus connaître, which is saber versus connaître in Spanish, is knowing, facts, skills, ability, information, facts, versus knowing, people, places, things, experience. Smarts versus street smarts, as I said. And this is what he's going over. And yeah, he ruined grok for everyone. But the good news is that it's going to destroy him eventually because he doesn't know how to do anything. So he's going to go into two things. First, popular stories themselves recount what could be called positive or negative apprenticeships. Built into narratives, because we have facts built into them, you actually have the ability to take facts, but also learn the street knowledge. That's kind of the Aesop's fable sort of thing, is what he's talking about as a setup. He then is going to sort of break this apart and talk about how the scientific time is about breaking things down to their constituent pieces, and the pieces then become, because again, he's taken from Anti-Oedipus, the pieces of knowledge end up shifting sort of how they're set up. Let's keep going. Come on. I'm not a fan, if you can't tell. But the pragmatics of it, here we go. If we compare the pragmatics of science to that of narrative knowledge, these are the two things he's talking about. We are moving from a narrative time, according to Lyotard, to a scientific time. Scientific knowledge is the thing now, not savoir, but knowing. So let's talk about it. First, scientific knowledge requires that one language game, denotation, be retained and all others excluded. A statement's truth value is the criterion determining its acceptability. Of course, we find other classes of statements like interrogatives. How do we explain that? Prescriptives, take a finite series of elements, but they are only present as turning points in the dialectical argumentation, which must end in a denotative statement. In this context, then, one is learned if one can produce a true statement about a referent. One is a scientist if one can produce verifiable or falsifiable statements about referents accessible to the experts. 2. Scientific knowledge is in this way set apart from the language games that combine to form the social bond. Unlike narrative knowledge, it is no longer a direct and shared component of the bond, but it is indirectly a component of it because it develops into a profession and gives rise to institutions. Fuck. He's so tiring. 3. Within the bounds of the game of research, the competence required concerns the post of sender alone. There's no particular competence required of the addressee. You require expertise to tell someone things. I know more than you. Which, I mean, if you can't realize that we live in a time where that doesn't matter, and in fact the opposite, that one's own ignorance actually gives them more standing in today's society than that, you can start to see that a little bit of this kind of falls apart really fast. Even in the case of the human species, where it is an aspect of human conduct, the referent is in principle external to the partners engaged in scientific dialectics. Fucking goddamn. Here, in contrast to the narrative game, a person does not have to know how to be what knowledge says he is. 4. A statement of science gains no validity from the fact of being reported. Even in the case of pedagogy, it is taught only if it is still verifiable in the present through argumentation and proof. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. I'm sorry, this is just so fucking stupid. We're going to go back to the, why am I doing this? Fucking, can you tell I don't care for the book? Can you tell? Is it coming across strongly enough? In D&D terms, intelligence versus charisma versus wisdom, I would say it's versus constitution almost. Or perception. Or a mix or well-rounded of all of them. There's a lot of different ways to talk about this type of knowledge. I don't like to do that because I don't believe in the categories as he's putting them forward, and I find them problematic in a lot of different ways. We were reading Leotard because of this statement. Enjoy, not so Oedipus.
Is the degree to which we become convinced that the things that are stored in these big data centers and cloud all over the world and using all this power and so on and so forth is meaningful. But this is a change in outlook. What used to be meaningful is those things that we carried with us. It was our experiences, our knowledge, our education.
Now, we were reading Leotard's The Postmodern Condition, a Report on Knowledge, which I believe Leotard actually shit all over and said never to read again, and he hated it. So we agree on something.
Our outlooks, our sensibilities that we emphasized. And somehow we've slowly been switched to, like, you don't need to know anything because somewhere out there's a machine that knows that. And once you begin to think this, now it's possible to mediate between you and the things you want to know. If it's in your own mind.
Not Olivia says, scientific or savoir knowledge doesn't seem either or to me. Join the club. Like, it doesn't seem either or to a lot of very, very good thinkers. And that, I never even read Leotard. Wasn't he that we were never, no, that's Latour. It's another L, but the other L was Latour. He wasn't a Leotard.
Then the mediation is you. If it's out in the world that you experience, then it's sort of a...
I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that. Sorry, Selagna. Sorry. I will avoid doing that. I'm deeply fucking tired and parched. And I'm kind of frustrated. Oh, not me? Oh, good. Because I was feeling bad. I was like, fuck, because my mic is very close to my mouth.
A shared product of where you're interacting and what's happening to you and the experiences you have every day.
I just said the guy's name, Sirius. I don't... Oh, how offensive. How offensive. Sirius, I don't even know what to say. I'm so shocked.
So that, if nothing else, I think that was...
Mr. Flavio, the D&D comparison is good here because both this and D&D... Well, it's actually... So I've been writing a book for about 2 years now about It's called the management of play, and it's how play actually becomes focused on bits and pieces of data instead of analog. It's digital versus analog gaming. One of the more interesting realities is the history of D&D. If you don't know the creators and Gygax, there's stories, but the two guys behind it who like really sat down and were like putting the rules together once upon a time, they fought over specifically how much math should be in it. Because this is the question, and people didn't realize at the time it was a question, but the question was like, how much do you want people to like be doing math where it's like, I have a +2 sort of this, +6 sort of this, roll this dice, get this number, do this thing. That wasn't actually how they started. Originally, and if you haven't seen it, it's like, this is fascinating shit. Because there was a lot of different ways that they were doing combat. You don't have to do combat in board games by rolling dice and having numbers. We mostly do. But there are other things too, like skill shots. James Bond. Yeah, didn't think you'd be mentioning this. The James Bond board game that came out right around this time was revolutionary. And they wanted to run in this direction. Well, one of them did. There's stories of actual physical fights between the creators over this. But the James Bond board game went out of its way to make sure that it was not numbers. So it was about skill and how they did it. And it's a long story I'm not going into right now. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating story. But that changed when they decided, oh, fine, I won't push for this. What we'll end up doing is just the math. That shifted things because the goal was, at the beginning of it, well, we're not there anymore because we don't care anymore, but it was going, hey, I have a sword. And if I have a sword and I swing it, how do we translate the act of swinging a sword to a tabletop? Which is a great question to have to answer. One of the ways you can do it is by, well, if I roll a dice and it's, can do 2 to 6 damage, that's it. So it does 2 to 6. I roll a dice. 1 is failure, 2 to 6 damage otherwise. And it's kind of like that. Well, wait, what if I hit you somewhere that's covered in armor? Thaco hits, or what if you dodge it? Or what if you roll a dodge or perfect? Like they started getting into like actually trying to model and give people the sensation of representing what a sword is supposed to do or feel like. But by going down the road they started flattening so much into so many things. If you get a chance, find the James Bond board game. It's online. There's a handful of reviews, but there's a print and save version. If someone feel free to donate me money, I'll buy it. I've been trying to actually find a copy. If you find a copy, let me know. Because it's an incredible board game system. You might not be able to see behind me. I have a lot of different board game systems. I'm a big fan of these systems, but most people just do the rolling dice and being done. And what it does mean is that you can min-max. And they didn't know this because D&D was it. No one did, like, min-maxing wasn't even really a term at the time. That was weird. There wasn't really enough people playing. And so, what would happen is over time, when they started doing the 2nd edition rules and on, they started having to battle min-maxing because you'd basically go, oh, this thing, I've got these items, I've got this setup. This is the best thing. I know because I've done all the math, everything. This is the best character to play with, the best items, the best stuff. But that's not the point of the game. You fucking weirdo. That's not the fucking thing. It's the point of the game is to be like in that thing. In the real world, there is no min-maxing. People talk about it. Yes, they talk about it in economic ways, but you can't min-max a country. You can't min-max a sword fight. Go talk to the guys getting in the octagon or some fucking Muay Thai fighter about min-maxing and getting +2 damage to the shin. That's not a fucking thing in the real world. That's not how it works. But everyone wants it. Min-maxing is its own skill. I mean, serious, you're getting ahead of my thesis. Very nice job. So what happens is people play, and what you have is people who play and people who min-max. I've talked about this for years. You can find a bunch of talks of me going over this. And what happened is, and we didn't notice this because we don't know about this until it happens, but what we've done is we've actually developed games that do two things. They have players and what I call metagamers, people who look at the game and play the game aware of the game. Then we have people who play the game for the game. These two groups are not dissimilar to labor and capitalists. They're not. They're the same thing. They're the same thing. They're the same thing. Labor's doing the job as a thing. They don't really care about necessarily the output. They, as long as I can survive and do my thing, they care about that, make a couple extra bucks. But most of the time people do things. They don't consider the large metagamers. They absolutely do. If you haven't spent a lot of time around people who are like in that weird place mentally, they're the kind who like, you'll go into a really cool liquor store or wine store and you'll be like, I'm the player type. And I'll go, oh my God, this wine, this is my favorite winery. I can't believe you found this. How did you have this? Like $30. It's perfect. And another guy I go with, he'll be over on the other side of the room. He'll go, all right, so I buy a case for 10% off of this. They have it on good deal. They're not supposed to have it. And I can resell it next week. That's it. That's player and meta player, gamer, metagamer, labor management, labor capitalist. And so what's happened, because over time, necessarily, this kind of becomes the thing, you find that the metagamer wins out because they're easier to monetize. Why? Because they only care about the metagame. They don't care about the imminent toy of the game. They don't give a fuck about it. They do not care, because all video games properly made have toys. It's a term used in video game development. The toy is, for example, with Halo, the Halo on the Xbox, it's how you move. The toy. The toy. That's how the toy works. The toy is moving the controller and he looks up and down and shoots. The metagame is how much damage this gun does versus this enemy versus this enemy. But people who are just playing, they don't do that. That toy is the thing. Designers spent long time. Systems designers, as I'm fortunate to be able to say this, one of the top systems designers at Bungie, who's working on Destiny, his name's Josh Kalinske. Amazing dude. And I can proudly say that I brought him into video games because I gave him his first real job in video games. I adore Josh. He's an amazing human being, very kind person, brilliant systems and economy designer. And he's on Destiny because that's his jam. That's the kind of shit. His job is to figure out how to make sure that the loot in the right ways is done at the right times with the right setup, because they have two types of design. They're making games that are doing the meta loop with the eminent play that's solid, player and metagamer. But you don't need both of those at all. You really don't. You don't. Eminent player games disappear. They go away. Counter-Strike kind of wins those. For the most part, there's no meta to be won with Counter-Strike. Dota, more or less, there's a few games that still keep some of it, but the meta play, you kind of just can run with it, because meta play you can fuck with. Every metagamer, you can just give them bigger numbers. That's it. They don't have to be better. For me, if I'm playing Hitman Silent Assassin, fantastic example of an imminent game. There's very little meta play. There's very little meta play in that one. As I'm playing, as I do stuff, bigger numbers don't do anything for me. Can I figure out and solve a puzzle in a better way? That's it. And I'll study it. That's the closest to a metagame you get. On the other side of things, how many people have played Diablo 3, 4, 2, any of them, and played too high levels and realized that, oh, the amount of time I'm spending in every level is identical. Number go up, number go up, number go up. Because those games, for metagamers, they're not getting better. You can be bad at it. Elon Musk has proven. I didn't know you could be as bad as he is at these games. It's embarrassing. But it's true. It's true. You can be bad, but the numbers go up. So he does a ton of damage. He's just at that level. That's the number he's at. But he's doing the same, killing the same guys. It's not like they have an infinite number of guys. It's the same guys, same levels, but it takes a little bit longer because you need a slightly better weapon until you get that weapon. Then it goes faster, but then the next guy's, that's it. That's it. The number can just be bigger. So they can treadmill you. They can treadmill the fuck out of you. They can treadmill the fuck out of you. And they do. They really, really do. They really, really do. World of Warcraft is an example of this. Diablo 4 is an example of this. But just go look at any game that has numbers that go up, and you'll see the same thing. What this is management at play, which is the thesis of the book. It is the switch from gaming to be something that is much more capitalist intensive instead of the focus on imminent play, which is what games have traditionally been. A soccer player's kick has shifted. People play Football Manager and FIFA now. But that doesn't work the way real sports work. The kick goes and it's a million sort of things happening with a billion sort of variables in every single moment of every game. That's not how FIFA works in the press A. Just at this angle, in this position. If you can make a bot to play FIFA perfectly. It'd be fine. That's it. That's it. And yes, the idle game genre is basically scratching this itch. You get to be a manager. It is the capitalist fantasy of efficiency. I play Satisfactory. I'm not insulting any of these games, by the way, at all. This is not an insulting thing. This is just how this fucking works. If you haven't played Satisfactory, Factorio, automation games, idle games that do this, you may not know, they're huge and they are time sinks. And people spend an incredibly large amount of time doing the exact same movement over and over with bigger numbers. That's all it is. It's all of them. All of them. They're managing play. They're the ultimate capitalist fantasies. Bailouts a perfect example of this. Bailouts that. It's that cookie clicker. You name a thing. But we can talk about games that don't do this. They're more rare, especially these days. Even Dwarf Fortress, which is incredibly code-based, is absolutely not a management game. Somehow. It doesn't work the same way. Numbers don't go up. You don't just do the same thing over and over. The game gets infinitely more complicated. It actually becomes so complex that it collapses on itself over and over and over, which is more like capitalism, but still not the management fantasy, which is eternal growth and eternal efficiency. Minecraft. Look at Minecraft. Automation, same thing. Look at Redstone, all of that shit. All of these things are that. All of these things are that. So that's the thesis of the book, and the thesis of it. Part of it, and it's a big part, is trying to redefine my theory of how games function, which is very different than most. But it really focuses on the way that we care about, I don't know, everything that's happening around these things. Because it's a big deal to me that games have a toy idea to it, the analog, the mastery as part of it. But a big focus of this is the other half, which is there's emergence versus management. Emergent gameplay. Captain Forever. Clint Hawking once shared this game and said to me, this is basically the ideal game. He's not wrong. Have you ever played Captain Forever? One sec, is it still online? It is. I don't care about this stupid video anymore. This is Captain Forever. $18. Okay. So Captain Forever, it's loading me in. Here's how it works. You start with the ship you start with. When you destroy other ships, all their pieces fall apart and you can put them however you want on your ship. Makes your ship heavier, makes your ship faster, makes your ship shoot better, whatever it is. That guy's going to chase me. I need to get the fuck out. But all these guys are going to try to kill me. And he is... I do not have... I'm going to die now. Oh. Put it on the back. There we go. There's deflectors. Let's see if I can deflect. So this shifts because this isn't min-maxing. Doesn't work the same way. This setup is emergent, continually emergent. This is the web version. Go play Captain Forever. It's fantastic. There's a trilogy on Steam. I recommend all of them. I own all of them. They're wonderful. The setup, and there's people, some of them are live people. It's really, really great. The thing to remember about this, as people play and as people do it, is that there isn't really a forever efficiency. You're forced constantly to deal with what's happening and respond immediately. There is no best path. Best path means efficiency, means the opposite of emergence, because the moment a person knows there's a best path, they're going to do it. There's similar 80s games. There are. Video games actually started, if you want to know the story, do you know the first tennis game, first video game? It was played on a weird system like this. This is the first video game, designed by one of the guys who helped the Manhattan Project. This is the first video game right here. It's not Pong. It's tennis, made on this weird ass thing that he just had sitting around, because he wanted to show that this technology didn't have to be only about death. Oscilloscope. Thank you. It was it was a more complicated thing. It was like a radar oscilloscope, but this setup and what is happening here, this is the first video game, and it's digital, but it's actually entirely analog. Setting it up, hitting it at the right time, the timing of everything, incredibly complicated. Very, 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 very complicated. The first video games were meant to ape sports. Sports are not about efficiency. They're built, and the rules of them actually go out of their way to stop efficiency at any point. Their goal is to keep plays tight, simple, and done. They don't want people doing things over and over and over and over in the same fucking three things. There's Tennis for Two is the name. That's right. That was the name. And it's just fucking awesome. I love this shit. The thing that moved and the thing that shifted is, of course, capital steps in. Let's talk about arcades. It's worth talking about arcades. Arcades made an incredibly large amount of money. People couldn't get these things at home. The first outlet, the first setup for these, with occasional home versions of it, was things that you'd buy, you'd play in a bar, you'd play at an arcade when they started to show up, or play at a restaurant. And arcades, in order to do that, did the thing that they already had a few things of, mostly the fortune teller, dumb shit that you see at like fairs or at Coney Island, that kind of thing. Arcades started showing up, putting quarters and you play. And the games were ensconced tight, simple experiences. And there's a reason they were all very analog. They didn't have a lot of efficiencies. Not really, not like how we define it. This setup, it wasn't efficient if I'll go for sports games to begin with. No, he liked tennis. Like, you can actually read the guy's story. It's really fascinating. Pinball played the same way. Yes, a quarter goes in and you play, and then you have 3 lives and you stop. Pinball set the tone for these things. These setups, and it kind of had a setup. There's a really interesting change that happened, though. This is a thing a lot of people don't realize. So, you have the space, and people would buy the arcade machines. They'd be in your place. Someone would come in and pay quarters. This did well all the way through the 90s. Arcades were huge. At some point, you started being able to have shittier versions of these very nice arcade machines at home. The Atari, I have a Sears Pong, the first Pong machine. I have one of those. Commodore 20, Commodore 64, old machines, Apple IIe. They had video games on them. They were different. They were mostly stealing from how arcades worked, but they could be longer, bigger, a little bit more, and it was kind of fascinating to watch. This went on, video games were played, large-scale games, multiplayer games started coming out. Games like World of Warcraft, Command and Conquer, Duke Nukem, Doom, Doom 2. All of these things could be played online. Korea, yeah, this is the break, the genealogy and the history of video games. Korea had an interesting thing. They were underneath the U.S. boot heel for a long time with a lot of investment. And we kept them poor for a long time. They saw an explosion in the 80s and 90s, really big into the 90s and into the 2000s. But they didn't have enough money for people to have this stuff at home. So what became more the rage is PC banks, PC cafes, where people would basically rent a PC. You go, you pay for an hour and you have a soda, have some coffee, have some food, and play your games. How do they get the games on there? Well, they'd basically buy a copy of the game, the PC bang would, for every computer. And then they'd rent that computer out and you could just join up and you'd be playing StarCraft. This isn't really what was meant by having one game per PC or allowing people to buy it. StarCraft, because it was free, it was basically free for everyone. You were paying for PC, became huge. Huge. Massive. And Blizzard did not like that because basically someone else was renting for like whatever, $1 an hour, their game that they weren't able to charge for. So they did a smart thing. They gave it away for free and they added microtransactions. We owe Korea for this. We owe Blizzard for this. We owe a lot of companies for this. They started moving into a different way of talking about monetizing. Basically, they started making games free because they could not fight piracy enough. There's nothing they could do. So they got microtransactions. As soon as this happened, it pushed games in a different direction. StarCraft 1 to StarCraft 2, Warcraft 1 to 2 to 3, which started going in this direction. You can see it already, where they were pushing towards the microtransaction-based thing, the capital formation that would allow people to spend money for bigger numbers. Pay for bigger numbers, pay for bigger numbers, pay for bigger numbers, which leads us to the nightmare that we've gotten ourselves into. And it's layers upon layers of nightmares. But that setup is where video games sort of built and came from. And it's a constant war between the analog and the meta. Talked to a guy who worked on Farmville. I know all the first-gen Farmville guys. There's a good number of them who are like good friends of mine. The stories of what they did and how they did it is fascinating. And they were very aware of what they were doing. Same with the Candy Crush guys. So everyone, these guys are very eyes wide open of the whole thing. They're very eyes wide open of the entire thing. They know what they're doing. They know how they're doing it, and they know how they're building games. And when they design and they're setting them up, they do just extraordinary stuff. But again, not for play. That's not how these games work. That's said, they're not for playing. They're for managing. And that's how they set up. And Valve is huge about this. Valve is actually one of the worst when it comes to this. I'd love a video on the history of this someday. I should do a new one. I've done a couple already, but yeah. And Magic isn't, if you mean Magic the Gathering, I have a lot of sad stories to tell you about that. Because it's become more and more anti-meta. That's not true. It's a fucking factory builder. You build engines. That's what you do now. I played it recently. It's building engines. That's all you do. It's the opposite. You build your deck hoping you get one of the 5 cards that will set you in the right direction that you will destroy the other person automatically. Magic the Gathering is not anti-meta. Magic the Gathering is only meta. Only meta. With the exception of people doing draft sets where they open something clean and they have no idea the cards they get. That's fascinating. Otherwise, Magic the Gathering is shit. Sorry, just mentioning. Simulator games are fascinating. The simulator game genre is really interesting. Specifically how it's popular in very particular countries. They do not do well in the US. I mean, they do okay. Like, there's a shit ton of people here. But in terms of like per capita, Europe is where those games do well. That game is, it's just not true. It is true. It's true. the way those games do well in Europe fascinates me. We're talking about like a huge share, something like 70+% is like Europe, which is like the opposite of every other fucking game that's out there. And it's one of those things that I've been fascinated by because it's, I have theories. There's no reason to believe any of them in any way, but my theory is that they're more popular in places where people maybe can't do those jobs and find it interesting to live that fantasy because they're not beholden to labor and capital in the same way. Whereas convenience store simulator here in the States is like a nightmare because we have no choice. Right? Breaks my brain. Breaks my brain. You play extensively. You're very wrong about the direction the game has gone recently. Casual players are the main moneymakers. No. I've played the game. I've built and I've watched, and it's very automated. It's very automated now amongst the higher level players. You can watch the streams on it. Like they do that. They just sit and watch. It's like it's a whole different thing. The difference between casual and competitive. I still think like look, Yu-Gi-Oh! I find much more interesting in the competitive scene. Competitive scene of MTG is a lot of very specific pre-builts that they just have like a ratio on. Whales are moneymakers. MTG, casual players are not the moneymakers for MTG. That says they've talked about this, but MTG is I don't know. Enjoy your SpongeBob cards, I guess. Fucking what a weird ass fucking game these days. I'm not a fan of MTG. And I don't feel like I want to watch the rest of this video. Sorry, everyone. I know you voted for it, but this was that boring. It says I don't think I can listen to that guy's shit. I can't listen to that guy's shit. I can't. So I'm making an executive decision. Final Fantasy set was the best-selling set, not because it was good, so it was actually that good. No, it's the best-selling set because poachers. Because of pieces of shit who run out and buy every single one of them and then hold them and make them valuable for later. Same with Pokemon cards. They've all sold out. They've all been the best-selling set every single time because they produce more, not knowing they're still not hitting the ceiling of it. Like this is the whole reason that those things are falling apart and why people don't play those games really. And it's why the digital version's beating the shit out of the physical. Not to mention, Magic Gathering players smell like shit. I've been to a handful of stores in the last year, trying to find like a good board game store that I can make some friends at. And inevitably there's a group and it's like it's the worst. And I mean, it's just disgusting. It's the smelliest bunch of fucks.
2020, I started becoming increasingly interested in finance. I know. Ugh. But this was mostly trying to make sense of the logic behind what the Federal Reserve did in response to COVID, which I'll get into later. But the more and more I learned, the less and less it made sense. So I started deeply analyzing stocks from companies that I was personally and professionally familiar with, such as CuriosityStream and Spotify, which led to me starting.
CuriosityStream's public? Gross. That's gross. I'm going to look forward to this because I want to build off of this. I want to have this conversation. This should be interesting.
A private fund that strategically shorted those companies. I even ended up getting hired as a freelance consultant for venture capital firms. Me, a musician with no higher education whatsoever. And the more time that I spent looking at and studying the big picture, the more that I doubted myself, as if the only two options were option A, me being unable to understand what every 25.
CuriosityStream is like Mark Rober and those other guys, they do like experiments, but it's like a learning thing. It's fine. I just didn't know it was public. Ben had to come out and say, don't get the wrong idea, I'm not some communist. I love that. Serious, don't get mad. Mark Rober sucks, I agree.
Year-old day trader understands, or option B, I'm right and every hedge fund manager and billionaire is wrong. But what if there's a third option? What if capitalism's death wasn't a mistake or something that the ultra-wealthy were trying to avoid? What if the pesky burden of labor laws and taxation could be avoided by deprioritizing the goal of financial profit, or maybe even money itself? This video is going to explain or explore what
there's going to be some real fundamental misunderstandings of what capitalism is, because most people have the understanding that capitalism is profit go up. It's not. Profit's actually almost irrelevant to it. Variability is what matters to capital. Specifically, actually. If I have a business that's consistently making a decent profit year after year, I'm not going to get the same investment as people who prop up or pretend that they're going to make 400x next year, or I'm not going to get as much investment as a company that tanks its stock price and then recovers and then tanks its stock price again. Because people invest not for the company or long term anymore. This stopped fucking 40 years ago. People invest to make money. And how you make money is gains. So if I buy stock that is in the red slightly, and then in an hour it's not, and I sell, that differential, that difference, how much money I invested is going to determine how much money I made. That's what matters. But where this gets fucked up is companies actually don't have to exist, not publicly. Most of the companies where that this is happening with OpenAI, for example, there's no public thing. Grok, for example, these things don't matter because the number of people who invest at this level of the amount of money we're talking about, the top 0.5% of people, we're not talking about day traders. Day traders still don't invest in long-term companies. Blue chip stocks and whatever is not really a thing. People don't do that. They want variability because they want to make money, and they make money by doing things and day trading. Long-term investors, that 0.5% or 0.5%, they're actually pre-invested in private companies. They're actually invested in Grok, or they were part of Twitter, for example, like Andreessen. And their money is made by making sure that whatever happens next, that the Series A after the seed or the Series B or whatever round is infinitely bigger so that they can claim those values and take out loans against the value of those so they can invest elsewhere. Elon Musk doesn't really make money. Elon Musk has value that he takes loans out against. Right? So it doesn't matter that companies aren't making money because no one gives a shit. This is why most funds don't beat the S&P. This is why the most money-making funds don't beat the S&P. And they make a lot of money. The funds don't, the people do. We don't exist in the same world as the wealthy. None of us do. And if you know rich people, they don't. Unless you know, and you would know if you know, people who have 500 million, 100 million. Here we go. Let's talk about the hero of the Gamergate, the gamer people, Gabe Newell. Gabe Newell is, I no longer give a fuck about him as a human being. I don't think he could be even more hilariously, grossly the fucking example of the thing I hate. He is the capitalist doing nothing, making money off of everyone else's labor in the worst kind of way. But here's how the rich work, the real rich. Gabe Newell bought the company building his mega yacht. You get it? He bought the company that was building his mega yacht. That's how much money he has. Can you understand that? If you bought a car and then you bought the company that made the car. So, fuck him. Fuck Gabe Newell. I was like, look at this. Fucking, he is, there's the Greek hedonism bot in Futurama. Like, he's that. He's that. He's that. It's just, and it's because, and he's talked about it, he doesn't have the, oh, I can't really do anything. It's like, yeah, you know what you can do? It's not have a mega yacht, then buy the company doing the mega yacht. Actually invest money in companies and smaller game studios and actually put Valve to work building games and hiring people and actually building out an industry. No, they don't care about that. They don't care about any of that. We are going to see, we actually almost already have worse than Gilded Age. The challenge is that the general living standard is much higher than the Gilded Age was. So we won't have the floor fall out of us like Grapes of Wrath style. Instead, we will just see that there's no work and the capitalist won't care because they don't, Grok doesn't need to actually sell products. OpenAI isn't profitable. None of these companies make money and they have more investment than God.
And an increasing number of economists think is happening or has already happened to capitalism. More importantly, I'm going to try to encapsulate the unsettling socioeconomic reality that we're living in, as so much has happened in the last decade that it seems foggy to us.
There's already no work. I just graduated. I have 20 years in video games. I have a Lumiere, which is one of the most prestigious technical awards. It's the Oscar for technical VFX awards. I have a Lumiere. I have a Webby for the best online game. I have multiple game marketing awards. I have Adobe Brand Max awards. I've done a ton of shit with some of the largest brands in the world, and I can get no work anywhere. There's no jobs. A friend of mine is a guy on, I know, he's one of the first 14 at Blizzard. He was one of the guys who coded StarCraft and Warcraft. 4 or 5 of the largest video game franchises in all time. He was in 3 of them. He helped do the first Diablo, the first StarCraft, first 2 Warcrafts. And he's leaving games because he can't find work. Did he get equity in Blizzard? I mean, he's not hurting, but he's given up on, he wants to make things. People want jobs because he's not like hurting. He's done fine for himself, but he wants work. He can't even get like a job as an engineer. Like it isn't about, I know a lot of people who are like okay financially, but like, they can't get work. The entertainment industry is broken. I know people who have had excessively successful careers. I know Oscar-winning writers who can't get greenlit. Like, it's done. You can't get work. I have been applying to jobs as a producer. I haven't been a producer level in years. I've been an executive. It's a huge salary cut, huge experience cut. And I'm way overqualified, but I was certain it would be certain. No. I've launched 38 games. Nothing.
can't fairly describe capitalism without mentioning its predecessor, feudalism. And feudalism was a power structure in kingdoms where wealth was defined by the control of land rather than money. And our history books tell us,
God, everyone. Why does everyone do this? Why does everyone do this? Alejandro, by the way, that you have knowledge of what a Lumiere is. Do you understand how crazy it is? Like, yeah, look, you know what? I get to brag. I'm going to brag. That's a fucking award. Like, look at that fucker. Look at that fucking thing. 2019 Advanced Imaging Society Lumiere Best Immersive Experience. It's a hell of a thing. Presented by Tom Cruise. Weird night. Lumiere. No one gives a fuck. No one fucking cares. No one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck. I won Sundance. I won Tribeca Film Festival. I was a Tribeca and Sundance winning director. No one gives a fuck. No one cares. I don't know anyone who's getting work. Anyone I know who doesn't have work and isn't having work, I don't know anyone who's been hired in the last 6 months. Europe doesn't count. Europe doesn't count. Everything's in Europe now. Everything's in Europe now. Please give me money. We're fucked. We're fucked, man. Like, it's really bad. It's going to be really bad here. And it's not coming back. I'm friends with heads of studios that I can, if I said names, you'd be like, what the fuck? Like, people I've had dinner with, who I'm on a first name huggable basis with. And they've all said the same thing. No work. I made jokes where I'm like, dude, I'll be a fucking intern. Like, what the fuck do I have to do? And they're like, we're not hiring anybody. They're like, they're just trying to keep their heads above water at this point because they're starting to get moved around onto projects they don't really want, and they're not sure where the power is. Everything's fucked. Everything's fucked. Any plans moving to Europe? Good luck moving to Europe. They're not taking people. Acerola. I don't know Acerola. Who's that? Sonny fired him 5 days ago. What the fuck? Acerola. Artist. Oh. I wonder if we have anything in common. Where would I find his real name or their real name? I shouldn't say that. I need to find, I'm not asking you to dox them. I'm not asking you to dox them. I would like to look them up on LinkedIn. That's all. I don't want to dox anyone. Don't make me dox anyone. Yeah, the gaming industry is totally advanced. You know what? Maybe we'll watch one of those. Maybe we'll react to a Acerola video. The last one, you will know nothing why video games is clapping. I have different takes, I'm sure. Well, technical artists are artists. So they're artists too, although I find them much more interesting often. I need to find out how to find them. Oh, wait. They're out of Bend. Oh, no. Oh, Sony's Bend studio? Yeah. It's 2 seconds. Yeah, I'll have to find them later. I know a lot of people at Bend. Oh. Yeah, I think they melted like 2 months ago. There's a lot of people on YouTube, my friend. So we'll do this. For those of you who weren't there earlier, if you scroll way up in chat, there is or you just go to Reddit, go to Ask Historians and search feudalism. It didn't really exist. It's a mistake. There we go. Bulgaria is accepting Americans. So here's how we get into the fun discussion of what it means for me to leave this and leave all this and take my family across to the other side of the world. Because do I do it for a job that pays me very little? It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. Because it's a hell of a gamble. But they're not all taking Americans. And relocation costs are a real thing. And it is not cheap.
Feudalism ended sometime in the late 15th century, but there's a much more recent version of it that would be a much better example for the
Do I def? Yes.
purpose of this video. When the Civil War ended, or when the first American Civil War ended, depending on how far into the future you're watching this video, a lot of former slaves were offered a deal where they could continue living and farming on the same land where they were slaves in exchange for a portion of the crops. In many cases, they would only be able to sell their remaining crops through the plantation store, and with that income they could participate in trade, which would allow them to buy more tools and negotiating power in hopes to eventually buy land for themselves. By the late 1930s, 2/3 of sharecroppers were actually white, and the Great Depression had shut down enough farms that many of the tenants migrated to large cities to become factory workers. It would be important to note that sharecropping is not technically outlawed today, it's just that American capitalism's growth made it obsolete. The former definition of capitalism is a system in which individuals and private parties control the means of production, and profits are the key driver of economic activity. And it's important to note that within a closed
This is like the elementary school definition. It always makes me frustrating when people who are far more intelligent don't take it to that next step where it's like, hey, no. The characteristics of competition? No. What? No. Private property. The legalities of private property and the system of it is, but private property ownership is actually not like the thing, because the state reinforces contracts that provide that. It's self-interest. I don't even know what that means. Like, this is
system with no new variables, capitalism's success can almost exclusively be measured by the velocity of money. The classic example is the farmer and the mechanic. This tiny economy has $50 total. The farmer trades $50 to the mechanic for tractor repair, and then the mechanic trades $40 for corn from the farmer.
Jesus fucking Christ, that's not fucking capitalism, that's mercantilism.
And then buys a barn cat for $10 from the farmer. And in this cycle, $100 has changed hands. So the velocity of money is measured as 2. This is calculated as the velocity within a time period equals the total sum of transactions over the total of money in that economy. In a larger
I know he's not this dumb. This is just really, I sign undeserved. I have watched Ben videos before, and Ben is very good. This is an area that he's going to be weaker in. It's fine. I'm fine. I don't mind critiquing. Again, Ben is very bright. So he's doing his best to describe it. This ain't his jam. He knows other things better than I do. And that's the way it works.
Modern economy, the classic way to increase the velocity of money is to reduce interest rates. But when spending becomes reckless and leads to higher prices and reduced currency value, the classic move is to make borrowing more expensive. Governments around the world either control or have a lot of influence in interest rates. And some people think that because of this, the Federal Reserve should be abolished. And nobody could predict exactly what would happen if the Federal Reserve was abolished, but it would almost certainly result in a lot of turbulence in the market that would leave a lot of victims.
Can't abolish it's so
in its wake around the world.
A really useful way to understand how wealth is distributed is to stop using money as a commodity and use something that people actually use or consume. Let's say a can of Coke Zero from a 12-pack. A person with 100,000 US.
So, who wants to have a conversation about how supply chains and actual systems work in capitalism? Because I do. I really, 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 really fucking do. Okay. we're going to come back to this video. We're going to talk about coconuts. We're going to talk about how coconuts works. Actually, one of my favorite Twitter threads I ever wrote is on this. This is not advanced capitalism. This is the reason that what he's doing is remedial, is because he's talking about trade, how people buy things from each other. But that's not what capitalism is. Capitalism is not trade. That trade has been happening for thousands of years. Money has existed for thousands of years. Capitalism is not the existence of money. Capitalism is the existence of capital. The use of capital as an investment mechanism in other businesses that you can take money out of. So let's talk about how one second. One second. I'm gonna see if I can find this. All right. People have coconuts. In fact, people in Southeast Asia, pick an island. Doesn't really matter. This is not about specific ones. Coconuts grow there. In fact, a lot of fruits do. A lot of stuff does. And people would have areas of this land that they would farm. They would have their family on it. They would take care of people. And this area of the world kind of was special. Coconuts are really hard to grow. If you didn't know, they don't grow everywhere. Hardly. They take a lot of effort to cultivate. But this area, people would have coconuts kind of every day. It's part of the food. It's one of the reasons Southeast Asia has coconut built into everything, because they're kind of just fucking everywhere. And a couple people, white people, decided to visit this area, and they saw, shit, I like coconuts. Coconuts are delicious. How about this? Steve, you and your family, and actually we're going to talk to a few families, you guys have a bunch of coconut trees. We think coconuts would be a hit. We really do. They'd be a hit back in the United States. And we think people would really love them. We will buy your coconuts, decent price. Early on, by the way, it was. And we will ship them, and we'll take care of all that. You sign contracts exclusive to us. We'll take all your coconuts, and we'll sell them, and they'll be premium items. It's like, oh shit. Yeah, we'll do that. We have a surplus of coconuts. We don't need them. They fall out of the trees and they kill people. We're fine. We'll give you a bunch of coconuts. This goes on for a while. But other people from the US, other white people, come and they go, hey, other farmers those guys didn't talk to, we want your coconuts. We're going to pay a little bit less for them, but we will buy them and we'll guarantee them ahead of time. We'll pay for them ahead of time. So now they take them back to the States and they sell them cheaper than Coconut Guy 1. So Coconut Guy 1 goes back and he goes, hey, actually, we're not going to pay as much for coconuts. We're the price has gone down. There's too many people importing them. We're going to go down. So you're actually going to have to produce more coconuts if you want to make money. So those farms that were multicultural is cultured. They were multi-crop, become monocultured farms, monocrop farms, where they just cut down everything else and they replace it with coconut trees. And this happened, by the way, right around 40 years ago. There's a time of this. There's actual time of this. It's important to the story if you don't know. And so Coconut Group 2 would go back, same thing, make everyone, suddenly they're all of that. And then ultimately they go, hey, actually, we're going to buy your farm. Look, instead of buying them from you all the time, we have come to you. We're going to give you $100,000 fucking dollars. Instead of having to wait 10 years for us to buy that many, we're going to buy all the coconuts for the next 10 years. You're just going to buy your fucking land. You're going to work it for us. We'll rent it to you. We'll rent you back the land, but you're going to work the coconut farms for us. And we're going to get them crazy cheap. This happened in the 80s. And they just fucking coconuts everywhere. It's fucking coconut trees like you wouldn't even fucking believe, covering every shoreline, every setup, everything. But there was a shift because now people aren't super eating on their farms. In fact, now that they're monocultured, you can't just eat coconuts. So now those people are spending money in other places to get food brought to them. And somehow these farms became food deserts. This is a thing that really happens everywhere. It's happened in Hawaii on Lanai when basically white people did this with pineapples. Same story a little bit earlier. But here's where it gets really fun. Because there were so many coconut trees that coconut became like not premium, commodity. Super commodity, like futures market commodity. And it was in everything. We got coconut candy bars, Almond Joy and Mounds. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. No one? Come on, old people. And so suddenly it's everywhere. And even more, it's getting cheap. It's cheap. People are putting it in foods. People are putting it in everything. There's crazy shit happening with all of this. There's coconut water in mass. But now these people who are working, they don't have money. They're not making a lot. We're paying them less and less every year because of course we are. Why would we do anything less? We don't need them working as hard. Everyone else is pushing the price of coconuts down and coconut and all that. So we're down, 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 down. And did you know coconuts only fruit for about 35 years? A lot of people don't know this. They stop. And new coconut trees take about 6 to 10 years. So there's a problem that's coming right now with all of these coconut farms that we're hitting the end of. And all these coconut farms, no one wants to uproot producing coconut trees to plant new ones to be ready in 5 or 6 years. But this was a few years ago. So in 3 years, we're fucked. I mean, they're already fucked. By the way, coconut's already fucked. You're fucked. We're done. No one wants to split it up. So they're just going to wait until none of the trees are producing and then plant new ones. And then wait. And then in the meantime, no one's going to pay those farmers. No one's paying them now. In fact, there's going to be no money going into any of those farms. Why does this not matter to us, and why does it matter so much to them? It matters to them, the people, the farmers on the ground, because this is their livelihood. It's where they get food. It's where they get money. It's where they get capital. It's where they get labor. We don't give a shit because actually we took out insurance. Yay, white people, we're great. We're really good at this. So they took out a bunch of insurance and a bunch of sort of preset things that bet against their own futures. And when people started to realize this and the price of that went up and everyone started realizing in 5 years we're going to be fucked, they made a fuck ton of money off their own futures betting against themselves. That's capitalism. The failure of the business was the success. That's capitalism. That's capitalism. Everything else is not capitalism. Yes, Zena, this story I'm telling, by the way, I'm not making it up. It's much, much worse than I'm saying it is. Zena, I'm just going to read it. The composition of the soil has been terraformed into land hostile towards other species of plants. So even if, and the chances are that the coconut companies just say fuck off and don't even pay to plant new ones. Why would they? It's 6 years of losses. They started planting them elsewhere hoping they would succeed. I think they're doing off the coast of Africa. There's a few other places. They're fucked. They're fucked. But those families can't then reuse them. Basically, the land's ruined. And it's some of the most fertile land in the world. This is capitalism. Mercantilism doesn't hold a candle to this. You can't make money off failing in mercantilism. You just fail. But capitalism, that's the story of the clever men and the story of capital in every single way. That is the thing that is happening. Name a thing. This is what they did. Yes, Mark, it's exactly the same thing with credit default swaps across the board, the housing market. It's the same thing that happened with the UK and with name a thing. It's the same setup. It's sucking it dry until they can bet against themselves and allow it to collapse because they don't care. They don't care. And they care about efficiency. There is no such thing as capitalism where it's about trading. One guy has Coke and sells it to other people? No. No. This is Marx in Das Kapital. Like, if you're going to use and talk about capitalism, you kind of need to talk about Das Kapital because Adam Smith and others around the time also referenced it. The capitalists who believed in the system referenced it because it said stuff that was really good. A big one it said is, if I have a commodity, I sell it to you for some coin, and then I use that coin to buy another commodity. Cool. That's the end of the transactions. Done. The thing he was describing about me buying chicken, and I get chicken. That's it. You see MC. Yeah, there's a problem that switches with capitalism, though, where it becomes the circulation never ends. There's no final point. Instead, I do labor to get money to buy something that enables more labor. That enables me to buy this on and on and on and on and on and on. Never stops. Read Das Kapital. So with that, let's get back to Ben.
Hours in a traditional investment fund like Vanguard would come out to about 312,000 cans of Coke Zero in 2019. That same investment, untouched, is worth about...
See, this is the great lie of capitalism, is that money is the same. That the $20 I make is the same type of dollars as the $20 billion that a fund has. It's not. $20 cannot increase its own value by any number or any amount. $20 billion can actually create capital and functionally hold up an entire economy. The amount of money matters. It changes when it hits scale. It is not a flat curve. It's not a flat line. It's a curve. And it changes when it becomes capital.
330,000 cans of Coke Zero now. So sweet, 18,000 cans of Coke Zero for free. Now, on the other hand, a person working for minimum wage full-time in Iowa would have made 43,360 cans per year before taxes in 2019. Today, in 2025, they're making 22,177 cans.
So here's, again, don't ever do this. This is the lie of capitalism. It's one of the biggest lies. And it's a thing that, like, rich people will tell you that this is the lie. By measuring it the same, they make you think it's the same. It's not. It's not. If someone has and makes 43,000 cans of Coke Zero a year, the vast majority of that is actually gone and spent to rent, money, food, video game or two, Netflix subscription, internet, cell phone, all gone. Out the door. 22,000, even worse. If someone makes $43 million, if someone has 43 million Coke Zero cans, about 40 to 50,000 Coke Zero cans goes to money. And so they don't have, there's no cell plan that's $1 million a year, right? There's no Netflix subscription that's $500,000 a year. It's the same costs. It goes out the door. Don't compare them using the same values.
Somehow, this person got a 49% wage cut, while the person with the market fund got free soda. Amazingly, through the miracle of inflation, the money decreases in value for everyone, while the actual wealth itself moves up to the top.
Inflation is actually really, really good for debt holders, which is the primary, us, poor people primarily. If you didn't know, inflation is extremely good for debt holders. It's one of the reasons that the wealthy really hate it, because they lend money. But if the money I have today is worth more than the money I borrowed, good, because it means I can pay back easier.
The concept of the stock market was proposed in 1792, but it wasn't until 1830 when the first stock was sold on the New York Stock Exchange. It was initially filled with railroads and banks, but by the next decade, everybody with a business idea wanted to have their name listed. This rapidly stimulated both technological and economic growth, and by the end of the century, the middle class was getting more and more familiar with investment. By the 1920s, you might be seen as a fool for not being involved in stock trading. In fact, you might be seen as a fool for not borrowing money to buy stocks. Many middle-class investors were borrowing with a 1-to-3 ratio, meaning that they would borrow $300 for every $100 they invested. This sounds absolutely insane, but it didn't seem as risky due to the introduction of futures. In the mid-1800s, the Chicago Board of Trade had a pretty great idea to make grain trade a lot more reliable and a lot less volatile. Rather than grain farms having to guess what demand would be at the end of the season, they could sell it at a discount in advance.
A future is not a stock or share, but a contract guaranteeing a future transaction. It just so happens that I have a whole bunch of healthy female chicks who will shower me with more eggs than I know what to do with in about 3 months, and I really could use a little bit of extra money to build an addition to their coop so they could have room to run around with and be healthy egg layers when they become adults. So you, being an opportunist and a capitalist, can buy my egg futures off of me and then sell eggs to restaurants in the summer at a profit and make money without ever having to shovel the heaping amounts of chicken shit that I'll have to shovel. All right, let's go back to the 1920s.
By 1919, due to the popularity of futures and people's willingness to borrow money to buy them, a farmer could get $2.09 for a bushel of wheat. This was inflationary to say the least, and even made the sharecropping economy I mentioned earlier more desirable for a brief period of time. It started getting really out of hand, so the Grain Futures Administration was formed and implemented a large mandatory daily ledger and reporting system for traders. The U.S. Secretary of Agriculture would repeatedly suspend the reporting system, creating more volatility and more opportunists taking advantage of that volatility. Then, in October of 1929, as there was more money out on loan than there was circulating in America at the time, and as more wheat was being produced than the population could ever hope to eat, the elephant in the room woke up and took a giant shit on the floor. Everybody tried to get ahead of the crash, which more or less caused the crash.
It's okay. Just anyone who's watching, be very aware this is an exceptional oversimplification. And I would not ascribe it to the futures market. I do not know anyone who would, actually. It probably was a factor, but margin buying and financial speculation were the causes of the 1929 crash, not the futures market. The crash affected the futures market drastically, creating the Dust Bowl and everything. I don't agree with this at all.
And by the end, a bushel of wheat was only worth 49 cents. And for the next 12 years, capitalism was a failed experiment. Well, wait, actually, for the next 20 years. We like to think that capitalism made its great comeback during the Second World War, but by today's standards, that was, I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to say this word in public anymore without being arrested, communism. But we didn't just go from the freezer to the frying pan immediately.
FDR saved us. The New Deal saved America. A ton of tax money was put directly into the pockets of people doing things that made the world a better place and made America a more interesting place, from building highways and bridges and dams and power plants to paying people literally to go from place to place and put up markers of national parks or places to go off to the side and look at stuff. An extraordinary amount of productive capital was inserted. This is why, again, if I subscribe to anything, it's going to be MMT, because I haven't seen a reason to not believe in it in terms of functional. But FDR fixed this. FDR did this.
Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal founded the SEC to protect investors moving forward. It also introduced.
So, government does things as communism is not communism. As Marx stated, the state exists to keep capitalism in place and to regulate capitalism and be a justification mechanism for it. The regulation of the SEC is only ever done in support of business, in support of capitalism. It's not done in support of people. That's not how it functions. Yeah, Keynes was not a commie. This is problematic. Again, he's oversimplifying, but I have a big issue with a lot of this.
Introduced the Social Security Act and the Fair Labor Standards.
None of those things are communism. Nothing he's talking about here is communism. And this is edgy, fun language to use, but it's also incredibly misinforming.
Act and prohibited child labor while securing a national minimum wage and workers' rights to unionize. Successful fellows with even a fraction of the wealth that Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos has would have paid a...
And also, it's worth noting the hundreds, if not thousands, of socialists who died under fire of police and private security firms in America, unionizing and building unions, Eugene Debs and the others, who absolutely are the reason FDR was able to do what he did and who was backed by who he was backed by. So it was not FDR who did this. I should not oversimplify. That's great man theory bullshit. It was the people who supported him. And the fact that there had already been 50 years of work gone into FDR.
79% income tax, and companies like Tesla and Amazon would have paid a corporate tax rate of 15%. But the C word wouldn't come until the US got involved with World War II. To say that the war effort stimulated the American economy would be a vast understatement. But this was under a closely guiding hand from the federal government, and it was every free market capitalist's worst nightmare by today's standards. Many companies were told what they would be producing and how much of it they would be producing, and how much they would be paying their labor force. American citizens got ration books and stamps and were only allowed to buy specific amount of staple consumer items like bread and sugar. And if you wanted to buy a car or gasoline, you had to justify a need to the government. Most consumer items that came in metal containers, which was like everything back then, could not be purchased again unless you recycled the container first. This rationing more or less lasted until 1947, and into the 1950s, fellas like Elon and Bezos would have had their income taxed as much as 92%. And again, yes, in modern times, this sounds like a capitalist's worst nightmare, but it resulted in a 37% growth over the next decade and made America the richest country on earth. It is now literally referred to as the golden age of American capitalism. And despite a few brief bumps in the road, things just kept growing and growing and growing exponentially, making us richer and happier.
World War II. Wars do not actually help countries. There is back and forth generally on this, but the reality of what it means for like an economy to be brought back by this stuff, before the U.S. even entered the war, the U.S. economy was mostly recovered. Like 1942 saw us basically mostly a recovery completed. One of the things that absolutely did it is the war, but not U.S. spending on it. Europe had a huge problem because of the Nazis. If you didn't know, the Nazis kept invading countries and taking shit. So a lot of countries were just sending their gold to the U.S. So Fort Knox and other shit were formed out of this. We had a huge amount of gold coming in from Europe probably helped generally a lot of stuff, but I'm very hesitant to like say that it's an oversimplified, like high school level understanding, which is a shame. They were already doing all of this stuff that the war effort saw. There was a huge jobs program that was not new. It's very frustrating. Very frustrating. I've read authors and historians who say that World War II actually harmed the U.S. because of what it did to the microeconomies of various cities or industrial bases. Yeah, it's frustrating.
Beer and in the early 2000s, capitalism got so complicated that investors didn't fully understand what they were buying. And that's not an exaggeration. This was by design. There were trillions of dollars to be made by obfuscating what commodities were being sold in your average stock market transaction. A great example. Everybody watching this has heard the term subprime mortgage, but I'd guess that not everybody knows exactly what it means. It means a risky mortgage. If you've ever purchased a house, you may have witnessed the wild auction that takes place without your consent or knowledge the moment you sign the mortgage papers, and the average mortgage is sold 2 to 3 times before it's paid off. Here's an example of a 2005 style mortgage. It's an expensive house. It had ninja verification, which means no income, no job or assets. The credit score is around 500, and it has an 8% or higher interest rate. That's an ARM loan, meaning that it will be adjusted to the market in the future. The delinquency rate of a mortgage like this in 2008 was 25%. So anyway, if you want to buy it, I'll just take 2% of the overall value, and you'll still make a bunch of money when the loan is paid off. Why don't you want to buy it? Hang on, I have an idea. Let's make this...
To skip from World War II to 2008 is a choice.
A little bit of a safer bet. Let's mix it up with some other mortgages here, and I'll get somebody who depends on me for business to give it a rating. And then we can just call it a mortgage-backed security, which is a type of bond. And it's a bit like a future, but it's even better because you can exit the investment whenever you want just by reselling it. Now look at this. If that little risky mortgage forecloses, the loan will still be backed by all of the others. And I bet you can't even make out which one was the original loan. And this isn't like some risky stock. This is an investment on housing and land. And you and I both know that God ain't making any more land, right? It is the bedrock of American capitalism, and it's a safe place to put your money. It's gone. A lot of batshit insane things happened in the 2008 financial crisis. I bet you could probably make some really successful Hollywood movies about it.
Object to the test!
Good. Ultimately, in just...
Big Short's excellent, by the way. But a lot of things happened between World War II and 2008 that's mostly worth going over. Because the regulations that were put in place that were systematically dismantled, from unions to bargaining rights. Jimmy Carter, by the way, is the guy you blame for that, not Reagan. I know, a lot of people think Reagan. No, it's Jimmy Carter. Also Reagan, but Jimmy Carter. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck his peanut ass. Margin Call was also a good movie, yes. But I thought Big Short did a very, very good job with it and really nailed some of the characters of the time, for sure. A lot of things happened. So it's very difficult to sort of... Why was the subprime mortgage crisis a thing? Well, it didn't just happen. Suburbia wasn't what it became in the 2000s that led to this. In fact, the 80s and 90s, the general push was actually moving back towards cities. But developers wouldn't build in cities because of various zoning regulations and rules and a whole bunch of stuff. So they built further outwards. They'd build entire developments, and they would sell those developments in mass, the same way that if you built a condo palace in New York, you sell all the condos. Well, you do the same thing with the developments. So you'd be incentivized, like the incentive structure shifted so fucking greatly. So it's giving a lot of shit, man.
Just 6 months, the Dow Jones lost 54% of its value. Massive banks perished. Washington Mutual, Bear Stearns, Fannie Mae, Lehman Brothers, to only name a few. We needed another New Deal before people's bank accounts were wiped. And this time, we tried something a little bit different.
These are not normal circumstances.
The market is not functioning properly.
Instead of doing something utterly reckless, like revamping and updating laws to protect workers or creating programs to help the middle class so we could be, on par with the rest of the developed world, we figured that if we just gave $700 billion in bailouts to banks, that money would trickle down and more or less accomplish the exact same thing. Now, you're never going to believe this, but
no one believed that.
Ultimately, while unemployment...
No one believed that. Like, again, Ben, you're saying... Like, this wasn't even the line at the time. There was no interest in it trickling down. The push was not for that. They were giving money so that these large, too big to fail banks wouldn't collapse. Because if they did collapse, you would see the end of the economy as we know it. And instead of regulate those groups, they just gave them cash. There was no trickling down to people. They didn't give a shit about that. They didn't give a shit. I was there. They didn't give a fuck. They didn't even try that.
Employment and foreclosure skyrocketed. The banks experienced a generous heaping spoonful of socialism. And to pay for this, we borrowed money and we printed money. In 2006, the Federal Reserve printed $148 billion in currency. By 2012, that number had increased to $380 billion. The inflation was immediately reflected in home prices and even more so in the great awkwardly socialist rebound of the stock market. In 1994, Jeff Bezos was a hedge fund manager who wanted to start an online bookstore, which was already a hard pitch at the time. Why would anybody want to buy books online when they could just go to the library? But it was even worse. He was allegedly transparent to his investors and told them that he intended to prioritize growth over profit for a very long time. All in all, he had 60 meetings. Awkwardly socialist rebound of the stock market.
Ben, socialism is not when the government does stuff. I know that this is like the cute language people use, but reusing it in a way that is cutesy without putting an excessive lantern or signpost that this is not correct is wrong. If it was even slightly socialist, it would be aimed towards helping the people. Oligarchic is when you give $700 billion to the wealthiest people and then you shift taxes to make sure they don't have to pay for it. And also he says this, look, we're just going to talk about this for a second.
The banks experienced a generous heaping spoonful of socialism. And to pay for this, we borrowed money and we printed money. In 2006, the Federal Reserve printed $148 billion in currency. By 2012, that number had increased to $380 billion. The inflation was immediately reflected in home prices and even more so in the great awkwardly socialist rebound of
the inflation of home prices. So when you use this language, the printing of money in this time period, completely, as far as I know, fucked with the idea of like everything what people understood financially. Like everyone assumed like there would be like a lot of inflation. And, no, there wasn't any. In fact, inflation stayed very, very low. The increase in home prices was not related to the printing of money. I have a challenge with that fact that this is like, it's very weird. It's very weird. If memory serves, the issue was velocity, which he kind of went over earlier. But the velocity of monetary exchange dropped by like 20%. Like it just dropped, maybe even more. Like it dropped insanely prior to 2014 that caused this like insane fucking collapse and inflation after that. It had nothing to do with printing of money though. I'm very confused.
Of the stock market. In 1994, Jeff Bezos was a hedge fund manager who wanted to start an online bookstore, which was already a hard pitch at the time. Why would anybody want to buy books online when they could just go to the library? But it was even worse. He was allegedly transparent to his
Why would anyone buy books online when they could just go to the library? No, it's when they could just go to Borders or Barnes & Noble or the thousands of bookstores around the country. Because people buy books at bookstores. Okay.
Investors and told them that
Ben,
he intended
do better,
to prioritize growth over profit for a very long time. All in all, he had 60 meetings offering 1% of ownership for $50,000.
Again, it's cute language, but it's like, I get he does this cutesy language, but it's like, he's just kind of wrong in a lot of this. And he's painting a narrative that I'm probably going to end up generally agreeing with, but the challenge is that people come away, a lot of people, this says 3.7 million views since he posted it. And it's just wrong.
And the biggest investors were his parents, buying up 6%. With 22 investors, Amazon.com got off the ground with $1 million. By 1999, Amazon was selling everything from books to DVDs to household goods to electronics, and soon after, the company transitioned from being a retailer to an online gateway for other retailers. Amazon customers could pay a low annual membership fee for unlimited free 2-day shipping, and both retailers and manufacturers began to become dependent on that convenience. Retailers weren't the only ones with the dependency problem. Here's 3 stats that will probably fuck up your whole day. By 2021, it was...
I forgot to mention Yog Sotha. Thank you for joining as a supporting machine. If any of you support this and like watching me slowly become more depressed, feel free. Do we know Salesforce? Yes, I know Salesforce. They wanted to have their UI be Amazon. Like, there's so many things in here that are depressing, but yeah. Well,
that problem. Here's 3 stats that will probably fuck up your whole day. By 2021, it was estimated that 60% of the US population were part of an Amazon Prime membership. It is now estimated that only 1% of Amazon Prime members compare prices with other online retailers. And incredibly, while Amazon refuses to confirm this, there are thousands of reports of people finding examples where prices for the exact same products are higher for Amazon Prime subscribers. Does that sound like free market capitalism to you? Walmart had to resort to emulating Amazon's...
Yes. The reason that they're higher for Amazon Prime subscribers is not because the people don't like Amazon Prime subscribers. When you purchase, and it's not from Amazon Prime, primarily you do not get shipped from an Amazon warehouse. In fact, you have a very different setup entirely. You're buying almost directly from the person very often. The return setup, the way that it's handled when it's not a Prime subscriber, costs a lot less. If you don't know, that's the setup. So are you asking Ben right now if the idea of a monopony is a real term, by the way. A monopoly is only one seller. A monopony is only one buyer. It's an important distinction, actually. And Amazon somehow both, by the way. Like, it's fucked up, but Amazon somehow became both. Are you saying that's not how capitalism works? Because I have 200 years of history to disagree with you on. He means the common fake notion of capitalism. No, it is that. The common fake notion, it's that. It's monopsony. Sorry, what was I saying? I don't care. I'm too tired. This is depressing me.
Business model in an attempt to keep up a decade ago for Amazon Prime subscribers. Does that sound like free market capitalism to you? Walmart had to resort to emulating Amazon's business model in an attempt to keep up a decade ago.
I forgot the P. That's wonderful. I always forget to pee.
Amazon had surpassed Walmart's market cap, despite Walmart having over 10,000 massive theme park-sized stores.
Okay, let's talk for a second about market cap versus profit versus money made versus anything. Market cap is not related to how many more stores or how many more anything it is. Market cap is related purely to what people think the company might be worth at any given time and how much they're willing to put in or sell based on the value of what they think they can get, or if they're hitting the top or the bottom. It has nothing to do with profitability. It has nothing to do with it at all. Tesla has a market cap that makes it more valuable than I think all the car companies put together. and it sells less than any car company. Yay!
Worldwide. Walmart is far from the only company trying to mimic Amazon's growth and choke point strategy, and that's a vast understatement as fast scaling and blitz scaling has become a normal game plan for startups. The definitions vary a little bit, but fast scaling generally means to prioritize growth initially with an open-ended plan to make a profit later. So for example, if I wanted to fast scale a lemonade stand, I would make a pitch deck for venture capital investors that proposed selling lemonade at 50% of what it costs for me to make it. This would grow my customer base significantly and starve out the neighborhood children who I'd be competing with. And then once I disrupted the lemonade market successfully, I'd work out a volume deal with lemon plantations and lower my costs while slowly raising prices for the customers so a profit could be realized. Blitzscaling, on the other hand, is a lot more
Uber is a better example than Amazon.
reckless and assertive. My VC proposal would be to sell lemonade at half the cost, but buy out all of the neighborhood children for their stands. And then I'd buy some lemon plantations and I'd pay $100 million to have the local football stadium renamed Ben's Lemonade Stadium. And every person in attendance would be given free lemonade if they downloaded my app. You may be...
Mark, this isn't scamming investors for profit. Not at first. Early investors, and I would say Series A and B even, for Uber, they made out like bandits because the later guys, especially if you go public, oh my God, especially if you go public, all their stock suddenly becomes something they can just dump and fucking sell and make a goddamn mint out of. So they all make money. Do you know who gets fucked? Normal people. Normal people. It's stealing from normal people. Investors make great money. Never forget the PP, Brooks. I do my best, but I'm getting older, and so is life.
Be asking how on earth that would ever make a profit, but we're going to figure that part out when we've dominated 80 to 90% of the lemonade market and have millions of lemonade drinkers. Right now, we just need to concentrate on disrupting.
An example would be Grubhub or Uber Eats. Good luck getting delivery outside of that. There you go. That's it. They do this. It's really common. It's really common, actually. Blitzscaling makes very good profit, but it takes an exceptional amount of cash up front to do. Oh, no. Come on. 1541. Rest, reload. Oh, no. Is my connection okay? My connection's okay. No drop frames. What the fuck is happening?
Neighborhood children for their stands. And
did everything go fucked for you guys, or am I transmitting okay? What the shit? And Bruner, by the way, thank you for the 50 peeling. You had to make your money a pee joke as well. Is that how it works? Even your money's a pee joke. So that's just offensive.
And then I'd buy some lemon plantations and I'd pay $100 million to have the local football.
Something's wrong with the video.
Lemonade if they downloaded my app. You may be asking how on earth that would ever make a profit, but we're going to figure that part out when we've dominated 80 to 90% of the lemonade market and have millions of lemonade drinkers. Right now, we just need to concentrate on disrupting. That probably still sounds like a terrible investment, but if you buy into the initial seed round of the investment...
It's Zloty? Oh. I didn't realize what part of the world you're from. Zloty. Fair enough. Thank you for the Zloties.
You'll have the opportunity to sell that equity at a premium in a Series A or Series B, or even better, during an IPO launch when the company enters the stock market valued at, $15 billion. To investors in this stage...
This is correct. This is a great setup. This is a pre-seed. Your friends, rich people, family, rich people, grants, incubators, crowdfunding. Yeah. Pre-seed, money raised. This is not true. Pre-seed, you do okay. Is it 250 to $500,000? It's not uncommon. Seed, 10 to 2. When I did my company, we did a $5 million seed. Never got to our Series A. It closed and crashed before that, which is normally called the growth phase. But yeah, it's
The
very
company
easy.
enters the stock market valued at, I don't know, $15 billion. To investors in this stage, it's much less about profit and more about a lucrative and risky game of hot potato. An excellent example that we're all familiar
What makes blitz scaling more viable today than it was in the past? What changed? In the past, literally 40 years ago, you couldn't own many things. Like, there were laws against owning the like 2 news stations in the same city. For example, there were laws against owning 2 newspapers in the same city. There were laws around a lot of this shit. A lot of it, like, just illegal. And then it wasn't anymore, and you could go, hey, I actually want to, I don't know, own all the chicken farms in the state. Tyson did this in a couple states. That's it. And when people have as much money as they do now sitting around, yeah, Mark, exactly. We have people have so much money sitting around. They actually are doing things that like are stupid because it's easier. So let's say you have $1 billion. You could invest $1 million in 100 companies. You could 500 companies, and you'd be way ahead of the game. Because, of course, if one of those 500 is going to end up making you a good amount, maybe multiples. $500 million companies. There you go. Off you go. But to do that, you have to talk to 500 different people. Go through it. Go through the books. Jesus Christ. Let me just buy a yacht company. Let me just buy a sports team. Let me just buy this entire section of land. Here's a bunch of money. Just buy a bunch of fucking houses. That's it. Just, they have too much money that a person can't do anything with. That's it. That's why we should take it from them. Because fuck them.
with is Uber. Here's the original pitch deck proposing the disruption of the taxi cab industry. It's nearly
Saudi Arabia has $9 trillion in their sovereign fund. $9 trillion. Is it actually $9 trillion, or is it like presumed to be $9 trillion? That would be my question, I think. Like, and like rich people funds. How much wealth is there? Let's take a look. Let's see if I can find. It's 9 trillion presumed. Good Lord. I mean, sure, it's big. Like, I have no doubt of that. But they also kind of, they're like dudes in the early 2000s. It's always claimed to be bigger than it is. I guess maybe now. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, the Gulf is basically 40% of global sovereign wealth fund assets. Jesus Christ. And they have 6 of the 10 largest. So it's 13 trillion, and they've got 40% of it just in the Gulf alone. Good Christ. But individual wealth in 2023 reached $86.8 trillion. High net worth individual wealth. There are 430,000 people globally with a worth of $30 million or more, with a total wealth of $49 trillion. $3 trillion in family offices, 5.5 trillion total wealth across multiple family offices. Jesus fucking just everything. Let's see, largest sovereign wealth funds in the world. Yeah, Saudi's is 900 billion, but again, Norway's 1.7. I would assume Sweden's in the top like 20 at least. China's investments, and then China's safe investments. Abu Dhabi's 1 trillion, Kuwait's 1 trillion, Saudi Arabia's 9, Singapore's 800, Indonesia, Qatar, Hong Kong. Good God. What year was this? what year is this from? 20. This is fucking now. This is fucking now. That's wonderful. There we go. Yep. Jesus. Just.
Delusional, claiming that a city's medallion system for cabs is a monopoly and that licensed cab drivers paying for the medallions have no accountability. In the future, digital taxi cab hailing can make, I guess, lifting up your hand unnecessary. And when they say luxury, they mean prestigious vehicles like used Priuses. And these Priuses driven by non-employees who sign up can be used to drop your kids off at school or transport the elderly. Uber has had over 25 rounds of funding that it has used to raw dog its way into the cab economy and pay for everything from lobbying local governments to settling hundreds of lawsuits. Naturally, once the traditional cab industry was more or less destroyed, the prices got jacked way up. And between 2018
None of the funds I just mentioned, Goddard, are owned by companies. Sovereign wealth funds are state-owned. None of the funds are owned by companies. So it looks like 13.2 trillion is in sovereign wealth funds globally, which is crazy. That's a 14% growth, by the way, from 2022, which is insane. In 2008, they were only 4 trillion. So that's how much wealth is transferred. Global high net worth individuals grew by 5% in 2023, reaching almost $90 trillion.
In 2021, the average price for an Uber ride rose 92%. Those early pre-seed investors who unloaded equity when the company went public will...
Good thing at least states have it. They do not invest it in anything differently than companies do. When I was at Starbreeze, we were invested in by the Swedish sovereign wealth fund, the retirement fund that basically handles most of the Swedes' stuff. And they should not have invested in goddamn Starbreeze. And when Starbreeze went bankrupt, it became a huge fucking deal for them. The sovereign wealth funds do crazy big things that are for the companies that they're invested in. It's kind of hard to talk about, but like SoftBank is kind of a sovereign wealth fund in a fucked up way. It has like a handful of sovereign wealth funds that make it, but like, and they invest in WeWork. Like that's fucking garbage. Is that what the HQ got rated? It is because of insider trading, apparently. But it's a long story. It's a long story. I just know we were at GDC. I had just won Tribeca. I won that for Starbreeze when I was the head of U.S. production and publishing, all that shit. And I had won the VR stuff, directed my own piece for all of that. It was great. We were at GDC, and I had a chance to sit and play the new Walking Dead game finally that had been years in production. And I looked at Bo and I went, I played the game. If that lands, it's going to be a 40 Metacritic. It's going to destroy the company. And I know VR and my shit's going to be the first to go. I can't be a part of it. That's when I quit. 6 months later, they were rated, and the game was so bad. It collapsed their stock price, and the Walking Dead franchise holders actually sued to get it taken off the market.
Will obviously never have to work again. Public investors did not fare so well, and the great Uber IPO launch crash shit show made some of us think that maybe, finally, people are learning not to be bullish about companies that have an annual operating income of negative billions of dollars. And despite this, by 2019, the American...
Now, just again, so here's the thing. Uber dropped below its IPO. That means everyday people, often sovereign wealth funds, retirement funds, family funds, companies, 401ks, stock portfolios, average people bought in and investors got out. People don't buy stock from nobody when they IPO.
Some of us think that maybe finally people are learning not to be bullish about companies that have an annual operating income of negative billions of dollars. And despite this, by 2019, the American stock market gained an impressive 30%. We're back, baby. While COVID is a hot topic for debate these days between scientists and cult members, let's try and remember how utterly terrifying 2020 actually was.
See, Ben, that's how you do it. That is the proper way to make the joke and highly signpost that you are being specific. If you don't go between cult members, you're making a point. That's how you do that. That's how you make a point. It's good.
For us. The economy obviously screeched to a halt, and many industries have still, and probably never will, fully recover as society was forced to change their economic habits. And while the stock market initially crashed in 2020, within 1 year, it had risen to over 30% of its pre-pandemic levels, despite the economic apocalypse happening around the world. This is because on March 23rd, 2020, the Federal Reserve announced that it would be launching a bunch of new programs like the Primary Corporate Credit Facility, which would buy new corporate bonds, and other programs that would buy existing corporate bonds, mortgage-backed securities, and asset-backed securities filled with student, car, credit card, and business loan debt. The federal fund effective interest rate dropped to 0.05%. And all of this was before any person or local government received so much as a dime in relief. The following month, the CARES Act was announced, which was a free $1,200 check sent out to every American making under $75,000 a year, regardless of their circumstances, with no questions asked on how or where it would be spent. This would be the first of 3 such checks that American citizens received, with a
Good. Do more of this.
federal tab totaling $814 billion.
Do you know what people did with it? They spent it. It literally injected into the economy. Like, it's the most capitalist thing you can do is to give people money to spend. Hey, you vote with your wallets. Hey, you know what you did? You gave people a lot of voting power. That's how that works. You fucking...
dollars. And for those of my viewers who have been longing for an explanation for the
I'm so tired.
massive increase in hammock sales that year, now you have your answer.
We're not going to remove money from economics. We can't possibly. In fact, we need to go further, sadly. Like, there's no way of removing money from economics. Money and capital are there. That's how it works. And we need to figure out what that next system may be. But we're not going back.
These stimulus checks were just a tiny sliver of the overall $5 trillion that the American government spent on subsidizing the economy, and you would be right in assuming that the list of recipients was outrageous. Airlines received more money than SNAP or food assistance programs. Payroll tax exemptions got more than housing programs and farmers combined. Massive loans and grants were given to the likes of Kanye, P. Diddy, Jared Kushner, the Church of Scientology. But more importantly, for the purposes of this video, a huge portion of that money went to fintech lenders, investment firms, and venture capital groups like Andreessen Horowitz, which was immediately repurposed into investments into a new, rapidly growing type of economy that some economists refer to as...
This is true. A16Z came directly out of it, moved all their shit right into crypto, right into all this stuff, and it became the biggest thing. That was their push.
To help properly explain post-capitalism, I need to remind you of the utter absurdity of just having $1 billion. Not only is it impossible to spend on even the most lavish things that you would desire, but it's also very much not like having a garage full of cash. For example, if Elon Musk, with his value of $450 billion at the time of me recording this, if he negotiated a deal to buy South Africa with its total gross domestic product valued at $381 billion, he wouldn't be able to afford it due to the value of his holdings dropping significantly as he liquidated the equity. If 13% of Tesla's shares immediately went for public sale, it would create an enormous surplus in the company's value.
Yes, Goddard, I know what a concrete universal is.
You would crash. All net worth does is obfuscate things. Cash is only powerful when you're broke, and It's only valuable when you need or want something that you otherwise couldn't get without cash. What I instead want my viewers to be concerned with is your personal levels of power or control over the things that you earn, consume, and trade. In 1996, the US stock market had around 8,000 companies listed, and since then, our economy has grown by over $25 trillion, and now our stock market boasts nearly 4,000 companies. In that same period of time, the number of listed companies around the world went from around 24,000 to 51,000. So what is happening here? Why would our variety of public securities drop by 50% while the rest...
That's a... I would be very curious to know if the global stocks didn't involve subsidiaries, connected businesses, or secondary businesses owned by American companies. There's a lot more crossover in those. That number is different. That's complicated.
Rest of the world's doubled. The term private equity means more or less what you would expect it to mean. These days, it's usually a larger company or firm that buys smaller companies and either transforms them from public companies to private companies or just keeps them as private companies, as opposed to a publicly traded company that has a lot more obligations with the Securities and Exchange Commission. In the 1990s, it was estimated that about 2% of the businesses in the...
Yeah, the Shanghai Stock Exchange, like again, since 1996, like there have been a lot more stock markets opening. There's been a lot more economic growth, a lot more countries coming online. It's not an apples to apples comparison, and it is very complicated.
The US were owned by private equity, and that number has since grown to over 25%. And this includes everything from chemical companies to farms to vets to grocery store chains to food delivery apps to gyms to medical facilities to drug companies. And many of these related businesses are owned by the same investment firms or their partners, which sets the stage for an entire gallery of anti-competitive business practices and tax shielding using tactics like dividend recapitalization. In fact,
it's a lot of complexity, but like the reason that the US doesn't have companies at the same rate is because we don't have capital being injected. Loans aren't being given. I went and had a conversation. I went to try to have a conversation. I have spent 10 years trying to figure out how to expedite the creation of fried chicken. It's one of my favorite foods. When I used to work in kitchens, it's a big problem. If you ever had to make fried chicken, it sucks. Takes about 7 to 9, 10 minutes to cook fried chicken for somebody. Like from order all the way through, you're talking about a solid 10 minutes. People have to wait. That throughput is horrifying. There's a reason you don't see a lot of fried chicken like food trucks or other shit, or they collapse. You need the size of a fast food place like a KFC or a Popeyes that can just hold on to shit and is making it all the time based on how much they expect to be needing at any given time during the day. They use algorithms for it now. Great for them. So I figured out a way to cook fried chicken in like a minute and a half. So I want to go open this up. To go open and do this, let's say I decide to do it in food truck as a thing. Let's say I do it as a food stand at the local fair, which costs me a table and some of the equipment I already own, like a deep fryer, easy, a couple grand. To do that, I need $15,000 for the license, and then I need inspections paid for, and I need to pay for the stand. I need to pay for ongoing things. So it's around $30,000 to just do this, like legally. You can do it without it, but I wanted to know. So I was like, okay, cool. I need get a loan, $50,000, go to the bank. Here's my business plan. Here's how much my throughput is. Here's what my profits and loss is daily. Here's how it's set up. Here's the cost. Here's all this. Easy. It's an easy win. The first question was, am I already profitable? No. They said, oh, well, we're not doing loans to anyone who already isn't in revenue, which I was surprised by. Like community bank, that's like the whole point, is investing locally in the community. I have things to put up for collateral. It's done. That's it. So, okay, well, what else? Well, I need revenue of $250,000 or more. They won't even talk to me underneath that. What the fuck are you talking about? So there's no loans. But this isn't now. Now is the worst that it's maybe ever been. But this isn't now. This is last 5-10 years. The rate of debt has dropped drastically because it's better to put this loans into businesses that are already there. At Facebook, for example, or Sony, video games, great versions of this. They don't actually just have like a big pile of money and they pay people. What they do is they have very complex financial instruments, primarily debt-focused setups that sort of use that debt to pay for these very extravagant games or video games or whatever else. That setup creates basically a huge barrier where you very specifically need a lot of capital to get the debt to have capital. So that's it. That's it. I believe stats show that new businesses are literally at record lows since they've been tracking it. That's done. That's done. There are more businesses closing every month than opening for the first time since they've been tracking it. That's why. That's why. There's just no money.
This is almost unnecessary these days, as a newer trend is private equity firms literally giving one of their portfolio companies a value and then selling it to themselves. But the classic private equity business model is borrowing and raising as much capital as possible to buy and sell companies at a profit. And the faster this process is done, the better, as this beckons the velocity of money demonstration that I gave you earlier in this video. You can argue that these are just complex capitalist maneuvers, or perhaps late-stage capitalism, a term that's been used since Warner Bart coined it in 1928. But even that is not happening anymore. The velocity of these transactions is slowing down significantly, and the average private equity holding time is the longest that it's been in 20 years. The COVID stimulus and the market effect from it led to an enormous boost of acquisitions in 2020. And even though we're now past the median average private equity holding period of 3 to 5 years, exits have been stagnant. What's more alarming is that in 2020, many workers proved to corporations that they don't need to come into the office at all, which also proves to corporations that many of them can be replaced by labor by anybody in the developing world who speaks English. That is a private equity investor's wet dream. So what gives? Does nobody like?
All right. A few things in the narrative here I'm going to just simply disagree with across the board. We're going to go back.
2020. And even though we're now past the median average private equity holding period of 3 to 5 years, exits have been stagnant. What's more?
So he's talking about something that's very interesting. I would absolutely disagree across the board that this is indicative. What it's indicative of is the end of private equity, which it is. It is. Private equity has hyper consolidated. So there's fewer exits because there are fewer companies to exit to. That's the setup. Trading volume on the markets has never been higher and is increasing daily. The volume of trades, let's find this out. I have a theory. Let's find out. Let's do Dow. I don't want the daily volume trading. Yeah, it's on the upswing. It's been on the upswing. Yeah, it's on the upswing. On the upswing, way on the upswing. Volume is everything. Because that's the point. It's not there are fewer people making money. There aren't exits. That's poor people. Fuck normal people. Their quants are high volume, high frequency trading is crazy up. The number of purchases or sells is huge. Go look at a meme coin setup. The fucking candlesticks are fucking all over the place. We're witnessing a change in how capitalism functions, but it's not the death of capitalism any more than the 2008 thing was, or the 1980 crash, or the slowdown of the 70s.
More alarming is that in 2020, many workers proved to corporations that they don't need to come into the office at all, which also proves to corporations that many of them can be replaced by labor by anybody in the developing world who speaks English. That is a private equity.
Also proved that they don't need all of the commercial capitalization in real estate, which a lot of these companies had. Like these things are tied. It's not that they went, oh, people can work from home, I'll just switch to India. That's not how that works. People, skilled labor you still need. Like you can't just go, oh, well, we'll just outsource it. Hey, as someone who is outsourced, I have outsourced. I've worked with Chinese, Indian, Southeast Asian, across the board. It isn't easy, and it takes a huge amount of work to do. A huge amount of work. A huge amount of work. Very frustrating to hear that that's what he thinks the takeaway was. It wasn't. What happened is companies had a lot more people working from home. They'd spent a fortune on investments in various places that were in commercial capital systems, commercial real estate, which had massive vacancy rates suddenly, and still do. Still do. San Francisco, Salesforce left Salesforce Tower. If you don't know, Salesforce was a massive company that literally just took over a fucking tower, which was the most expensive per square foot real estate. But when everyone had to be working, you might as well work the best place. And then was gone because no one had to. And so they just they no-showed their fucking lease because they get to do that. You don't. They get to do that. You don't. So this is not, they didn't go, oh, we can outsource it. You can't. These are workers who they would have outsourced if they could have before. They still can't. That's not true. That's an incorrect statement.
The investors' wet dream. So what gives? Does nobody like money anymore? The point of all of this maneuvering is decreasingly about turning a profit and increasingly about transitioning to a rent-based economy that hedges inflation. Right after the 2008 financial...
Did you just not understand all of that was a rent-based economy that hedges inflation? What changed? That before it wasn't a rent-based economy? What part of the last 50 years wasn't a rent-based economy? What?
Financial crisis, investment firms started betting big on farmland, typically hiring local farmers to manage them, but more frequently offering leaseback programs where the farmer continues working but rents the land, ultimately losing control over their working budget and circumstances. Otherwise, since then, and especially since 2020, in almost all cases, investment is not attracted to innovation or profitability, but to business models that act as a middleman offering subscriptions to products or services.
It's not true. This is not true. Capital, so again, and Giannis, he kind of sucks. Like, he's had some good ideas once upon a time, and he's kind of interesting, but he's very married to this weird, grand, semi-Marxist, non-theory-based approach to economics that does away with Keynes and, like, does away with, like, I don't know, modern economies. I still don't know why people love him. He wasn't, like, right in a way that, like, no one else was. Businesses are switching to a model that is not about rent. They don't give a fuck about that. They've always been about rent. If you don't think it's been about rent, you don't understand how the businesses have functioned. Or what rent is, I guess. Moving to subscription models is, again, not rent-seeking behaviors. business models have switched to how much money can we get from investors to be put into the company that we can then borrow against to make our board and investors and leadership excessively wealthy, while doing nothing as a company and continuing to hype things up further and further and further. Tesla is the king of this. SpaceX is not exactly far behind. Neuralink, same fucking thing. X and Grok, OpenAI, Meta, all of them. They don't produce value. None of these companies do. Google doesn't do anything. Right now, the fact that Google's basically not fallen through the floor in terms of valuation shows no one cares about rent-seeking behavior. Their goal is to try to get the wealthy to put a lot of money in your company so that way you can borrow against it to cause further speculation that'll raise the price of your stock so they will continue to go up. Number go up, number go up, number go up. That's it. Is it true landlording is a remnant of feudalism? No. Feudalism was debunked as a thing by Elizabeth Brown about, I don't know, fucking 40 years ago. And it just hasn't caught up to people because they don't read books.
As you would otherwise buy directly. For example, software, movies, video games, parcels.
See, this is, again, another mistake. It's a mistake to look at it like this. It really is. The subscription model is actually detrimental to all of these companies because their goal is not to get to a subscription. Their goal is to utilize subscription to subsidize themselves until they can destroy everyone else. You will see, here's a prediction, you will see Xbox Game Pass on PlayStation 6. A weird thing to say, right? Because the goal is not to win. It's to be the only one. That's it. High value users, they accept and they utilize. They don't give a fuck. That's fine. Because their goal is simply to siphon from everyone else. That's it. Until they don't have to. See, I don't think he understood that when he was talking earlier about the companies that he was doing that thing earlier, right? Where he was talking about how companies, he did, one sec, we're gonna shift back. That's what's the time code? 2401. Blitzscaling is the subscription model. If you don't understand that, there are books on it. They've talked about it, but blitzscaling is that.
My VC proposal would be to sell lemonade at half the cost, but buy out all of the neighborhood children for their stands, and then...
See, what you do is you say, we're going to sell you lemonade. You'll have all the lemonade you want for $1 a month. And that first month, everyone in the world gives you $1. This is what Games Pass did. It's what Netflix did. Everyone gives you $1. Like, holy fuck, we'll have everything. And then you use that money to buy all of the lemonade stands. And then eventually you actually don't have subscriptions. In fact, people will start paying for individual services, which is what Netflix is doing, which is what Games Pass is doing, which is what EA Pass is doing, which is what Sony all of these are doing. It's split. He went over it.
And I'd buy some lemon plantation.
He doesn't understand that he's already explained this thing and that it's not any different. It's because he doesn't like subscription models, which is fair, but the challenge is the subscription model shifts the creative process. So actually, the reason we're going to see a collapse of these things is fascinating. It's not really because they won't be successful. They will. People forget to turn off subscriptions. Games Pass makes a mint. And why shouldn't it? Doom Eternal, Avowed, and like 3 other games came out in the same month. I wanted to play all of them. So I gave $15 to Games Pass and I beat all the games that I wanted to, and then I turned it off. And it cost me $15. I'll do it again in a few months when the next thing comes out, because I don't give a fuck. That's what people do. $15 to beat all those games. Most people don't turn it off right away. They usually sit with it. But still, if, for example, they play all those games, they're games they wouldn't have played anyway. It costs Microsoft a fortune to do these downloads over and over and over and over and over and over and over. To host them, to set it up, to have the infrastructure, to have the sign-in, to have all that shit, all that middleware, all that stuff costs a fucking fortune. Users cost $5 to $10 a month. If they're doing streaming, which comes with Games Pass, they're doing streaming Microsoft's losing money. Why would they? Oh, because he said earlier, the reason that they're doing it, they want to be the one. It's Highlander capitalism is the term I used to use for it, and I still do. It's not new. It's Highlander capitalism. It's just a matter of what it means to cut off someone's head. So Office here, as he's putting it here as subscription, if you didn't know, Office is going to start costing Google users too. If you didn't know, like everyone's switching to these things to eke out little bits. Why? Well, it's because they want to have a variability in revenue and drive future growth projections. They don't give a fuck about making money. They give a fuck about projections. So that way a bunch of people will give them money and invest in the company. So they can borrow against that to do a bunch of stuff and make themselves wealthier. That's it. This is not hard. This is very easy. You just need to realize that rich people don't give a fuck about you and your subscription. They give a fuck about you as a statistic that makes them seem better.
Pizza delivery, headphones, cell phones, groceries, clothing, underwear, heated car seats, pregnancy. A rent-based economy has always been present in real estate, but if you're an American homeowner, then you've probably had an annoying amount of investment
Rent-based economy has been in everything, but that's okay.
Groups asking if you'd like to sell your house. And it's not unusual for those investment groups to pay over market value for single-family homes. It also shouldn't surprise you to hear that home ownership has been declining, particularly for millennials, with nearly 2 out of 3 people under the age of 40 being renters. Many argue that this is primarily due to inflation and sluggish wage increases, but the cost-to-income ratio has risen for renters and dropped for homeowners. The wealth gap between renters and homeowners has widened by over 50% in the last decade. In lower and middle class households, white people are nearly 2 times more likely to be homeowners than people of color, meaning that younger minority groups are likely to be increasingly disproportionately punished in the future when you take all of this data into consideration. Profit and even money itself is only really valuable when it buys power. And if a societal system can be engineered to gain power without profit.
Yes, Brunner, I was commenting on myself getting fucked by Google, and there's no like self-hosted thing is not reliable. The systems that enable this, it's all rent seeking. It always has been. There's no hosting a system anymore. It's not really how it works.
Or money, capitalism begins to exist as something to exploit within that system under its umbrella. It sounds hyperbolic, but it needs to be said a lot more often.
Olivia, I keep getting flyers from real estate agents asking if I want to sell my property. You are a renter. As long as you do nothing fraudulent and state that you are anything like an owner, you could say, look, the house is worth quite a bit. Would you like to talk it over? Maybe take me to a very nice restaurant. Because they will. They'll pay for very nice stuff for you for a little bit until they realize you fucking can't do anything.
Most of us do not realize that we are in a constant battle with billionaires who don't want us to own things, but rent
They don't care about that.
them. And when we don't,
they don't care. Billionaires do not care. They don't. They really don't. And I know it sounds weird, but there might be some. Yeah. There's always edge cases. But billionaires don't sit around going, yes, if people own things, I won't be able to charge them. They don't care. They don't care. They care about, hey, I'm getting a bunch of money. Do you know what I should do with money? I'm going to buy assets that mature in value. That's it. They don't give a fuck if you own it. You can own a fucking house. They don't give a shit if you own it. They don't think about you. You don't fucking matter to these people. The fuck are you doing, Ben? Stop doing intentions on these people. They sit there and they go like, it's very easy. If I'm worth $50 million and you give me another $1 million, which the government now does, they give rich people a lot of money. The rich person goes, oh, cool, another $1 million. What do? They don't buy a van. They buy something that's an asset, because $1 million you can't put in banks. You'd have to put it in 4 separate banks in order to have it covered by insurance. And it doesn't really earn you that much. You need a good purchase. You need to buy an asset that will appreciate better than banks. In stocks, maybe, if you've got some insider info, but most people don't do that. You need something safe. You know what's safe? Real estate. They don't fuck about you owning anything. They don't give a shit about you. They don't fucking care. They just buy assets. The side effect is that we all get fucked, because I live in a neighborhood that once upon a time, actually normal people, blue collar people could afford these homes. They lived in these homes. They lived in this area. They can't anymore. It's not how it works. Why? Because fucking private equity, because rich people just go, I need assets, and they're willing to pay above top dollar for them or at top dollar. And they'll do that. And the average person can't afford that much. That's it. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. Don't pretend that rich people care about you. They don't think twice about you. You're a mustard burp to their world.
Don't own
best.
things, we lose control over our own budgets, lives, decisions, and ultimately our own destinies. Here's a pertinent example. Did somebody that you know send you a link to this video, or did you type in Ben Jordan new video and find it that way? Or was it recommended to you by an algorithm?
Sadly, someone said, oh, you like Ben Jordan and you should watch this.
Or was it placed on your sidebar? Or did it autoplay when another video ended? This next and final chapter is very much...
I don't understand how that's renter capitalism. How is that renter capitalism? That's platform capitalism, if you want to talk about it that way. And if you want to do away with that, do you know an easy way to do away with that? It's a really easy way to do away with that. Eliminate 230. People should not be able to host websites that anyone can post freely to without any consequences. People should be on the hook for things that are posted to the sites they own. Period. 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 Grizzler, thank you for sending a gift. And are you fucking kidding me? What? Thank you, Grizzler, for gifting Grizzler a membership. I didn't know that could be a thing. Thank you, Grizzler, for gifting yourself a goddamn membership. What the fuck? Fucking YouTube.
Much about the type of transaction that you and I are having right now. Me working without benefits, guaranteed pay, or protections to make something to use as bait to get you to either watch targeted advertisements or pay $14 a month without even being offered a chance to indefinitely play the video file offline on your own device. And while
YouTube downloader's a thing. Command line lets you get all this shit. Hey, Grizzler bought another membership. Mr. Fluffy Wolf, welcome to the collective.
you do that, your every move is being harvested for data.
Kieran, the market growth between asset classes close to averages out to even between well-diversified stock portfolio and buying a house when you discount the maintenance costs of the house. It's because the houses themselves depreciate and the land is an appreciating asset. Yes. Yes. But it's safe. Like, the balance out that you're talking about is the point, right? Like, if I put $1 million in a bank, the $1 million might be waiting for me at the end there, but, and also if I have a large enough portfolio, yeah.
To empower the company. Let's take a look at this definition again and let me know how well it describes our little transaction here. Capitalism is formally described as an economic system in which individuals and private parties control the means of production and profits are the key driver of economic activity.
Okay, Ben, let me explain to you how the transaction, the problem is people don't understand systems. He thinks he is having a transaction with me right now, and I'm having a transaction with you. Just so you know, none of us are transacting with each other at all. I am not transacting with any of you or vice versa. We are all transacting with YouTube. My transaction in Ben's is with YouTube. YouTube is a platform. We use their technology. Their technology is incredibly expensive, complicated, and requires a great deal. This live stream or video multiplexing at all or video hosting at the scale that YouTube does it, I cannot do. I cannot do on my home computer. I cannot do this. I can talk to you about it. We can do some peer-to-peer bullshit. It don't work. Scale matters. They can do it. So the idea of having a 3.5 million views, do you know how much hosting and bandwidth it costs to have a video this long in 1080p watched 3.5 million times? Not $20, not $1,000. Costs a lot of money. At scale, it costs less amortized across. Doesn't work the same way. So Ben, you are transacting with YouTube. They are giving you access to their technology in exchange for you sending stuff out and providing them with a place and viewers and data that they can then run ads against. That's your contract with them. You're not dealing with a user. No user's dealing with you. I just had Grizzler buy memberships. He's not transacting with me. It's perceived that he's transacting with me. He is not transacting with me. He is paying YouTube for a small amount of effort that is being done in a parasocial way that he can display slightly differently that I've enabled, because my relationship with YouTube is as such that I am having YouTube pay me for this. I'm not paying YouTube for any of this. They pay YouTube for stuff. YouTube then pays me, and other people pay YouTube for stuff. It's a very complicated relationship. This is the problem with how people talk about capitalism. This is not how people exchange. This system, private parties control the means of production. YouTube controls the means of production. Profits are the key driver of economic activity. Everything in here applies. Even this childish version of things that he's done applies completely. I want him to please say that it applies completely. It's not a good sign. This is why Giannis sucks. By the way, just so you know, Bruner. This is why Giannis sucks. This is not digital sharecropping.
Long before the pandemic, the foundation had already been laid for an economy that transcended goods and services. Facebook's Cambridge Analytica scandal, where 87 million users were psychologically profiled without consent.
This is just going to be really bad. God damn it.
And served political ads, was hugely associated with both the 2016 presidential election and the Brexit.
No, Grizzler, everyone knows it wasn't intentional. I just think that the 110-ish people who got to watch that happen live, it was a genuine moment that all of us will remember, because I didn't know it could happen. Anti-leftist, leftist economics. This is just bad economics.
Brexit referendum.
Because just to mention, do you know that when you buy things at Walmart, you're not doing a transaction with the cashier? It's like an embarrassing statement, right? It's an embarrassing... You know, I go and I pay the cashier money when I buy things at Walmart. I'm doing a transaction with them and Walmart takes a cut. No. That's how childish this is. It's a misunderstanding of the fundamentals of how the economic situation works entirely.
Many people believe, including whistleblowers who worked in the data centers, that without Cambridge Analytica, the UK...
If you do use self-checkout, exactly. If you use self-checkout, you're actually doing a transaction with yourself. You make money, right? Is that how it works? Is that how it works?
They would still be part of the European Union. Better yet, here's a leaked debriefing slideshow from Cambridge Analytica giving themselves credit for using mined personal data.
Freud's nephew, early 1900s, went, hey, you know what? We can fuck with people. I'm going to get a bunch of women to hold a protest and smoke cigarettes. I'm going to pay them to smoke cigarettes. I'm going to call a bunch of news agencies and say it's a protest. It's going to be a way we link Lucky Strike cigarettes with the individualist woman and the future woman and women's lib and all of this talk of women being empowered. I'm going to do that. And he did. And it wasn't, this isn't new. And also, by the way, if you didn't know, all this data is mostly useless. It's a really fun sort of thing. The Cambridge Analytica thing, it didn't work. These things don't work. God damn it.
In combination with misinformation campaigns to win an election. As Americans were concerned and distracted by...
Hillary Clinton lost that election. She was a terrible candidate, and she shouldn't have been the candidate.
Claims of voter fraud and hacked machines, we forgot to notice that democratic elections don't work when news and information are no longer democratized.
News and information have never been democratized in my lifetime. Ever. The fuck does that even mean, dude? My dude. There used to be 4 people that told America what the truth was, that were not chosen by anybody except money and how well they could sell ads. What? This is democratized news. If there is a such thing, this is it. This is why democracy, as we've talked about, a single vote representational system, is problematic. Democracy as a thing, if you didn't know, by the way, a lot of people don't know, democracy doesn't mean the system we have. Democracy means that the power is with the people, the demos. That's the idea. Democracy. Oligarchy. It's a power with the oligarchs. It's a setup. That's the thing. So democracy just means power with the people. It doesn't mean one person, one vote. Doesn't mean a system or republic. There's a lot of systems. Sortition, by the way, random selection of people who make decisions is the best way to do it. And it's the only way to actually make democracy function. We don't have that. We have a shitty democracy in every single way, and money runs it. So this is going to be embarrassing to watch.
For example, in most dictatorships, the government will have an office.
Technology advanced from past. Why wouldn't they work now for controlling behavior? They don't control behavior. We know they don't. Like, all right, there are no studies about the Cambridge Analytica thing that show that people were more or less motivated to switch parties. What we did learn, if there is anything, is that it depressed Democratic turnout if it affected anything. But there weren't like people afterwards going, oh my God, I woke up. Did I vote for Trump? My God, I believed in the rights of women and I cared about things. Whoa, God. Oh, geez, I was on Facebook and they hoodwinked me. Oh, yeah, that didn't happen. Those people don't exist. They don't exist. It's not a thing. That's just not a thing. Just mentioning. Does it disempower people? It's really good at disempowering people. But it doesn't like... I've done for 20 plus years targeted marketing. And it worked sort of for a bit. But in the 2010s, it died. And people have known this for years. Since 2012, 2013, 2014, like actual targeted marketing hasn't really been effective. They've known this. This is not new.
That permits or denies which stories can run in the newspaper. In 2025, every piece of news that the average voter sees is manipulated by a third-party aggregator. Even if you go to something like Google News and select the generalized headline areas, your feed will be different than mine.
Okay.
Voter sees is manipulator. In 2025, every piece of news that the average voter sees is manipulated by a third-party aggregator.
Okay. This is like really stupid writing. Ben, if you see this, you probably won't. You don't care about channels my size. This is stupid. Like dumb pea-brained, and it's really bad to hear from you. Every piece of news a voter sees is being shown by a third-party aggregator. Your example is, even if they go to a third-party aggregator.
Even if you go to something like Google News.
That's a third-party aggregator. Did you know that if you go to a third-party aggregator, it's a third-party aggregator? Did you know if you go to CNN.com or FoxNews.com, this doesn't happen? Actually, the vast majority of people don't go to Google News anymore. Facebook, maybe, but even then, they don't get their news like that. They go to a primary site, CNN, MSNBC, primary sources. They are not a third-party aggregator. You don't have to do that. But if you go to Google News, yes, a third-party aggregation service, it's a third-party aggregation service. This is really bad.
And select the generalized headline areas, your feed will be different than mine. This
course it will. It's a third-party aggregator by Google.
Disequilibrating of information was concerning
If you go to CNN.com, it's the same CNN I'm seeing at the same moment, with exceptionally minor variations based on country.
enough when it was being done for ad revenue and profit. But now, it's about a lot more than that. Whether capitalism is healthy or unhealthy at any given point in time, it has always provided the framework for negotiation between profit and labor.
That's the most lib thing in this video yet. That's a fucking crazy lib thing to fucking say, dude. Here. Let's talk about a thing. This is the homestead strike, a place where capital really gave away for money and labor to talk. If you don't know the story here, it's an industrial lockout strike that occurred in the United States in 1892. It began on July 1st, culminating in a battle in which strikers defeated private security agents. Fuck yeah. The governor responded by sending in the National Guard to protect strikebreakers. The final result was a major defeat for union strikers and a setback for their efforts to unionize steelworkers. Good job. Good job saying really just this is dumb shit right now. Would controlling media technologies will be useful for the left? I don't believe in the left, so...
About a lot more than that. Whether capitalism is healthy or unhealthy at any given point in time.
There are still smokestacks. You can go see this shit. Andrew Carnegie should burn in hell in the smokestacks, but he doesn't, sadly.
It has always provided the framework for negotiation between profit and labor. And
they haven't. This is an insane statement, and it absolutely just crushes the fucking reality of the many, many dead, including children and women who weren't even working. Murdered by the National Guard, by Pinkertons, by private security, by local police. Awful human beings. All of them. Fuck all of them in every single way.
In Karl Marx's critique of political economy, labor is broken into two subcategories. There's abstract labor, which is what I'm doing right now.
Oh no. Oh. Oh no. I don't believe in the left. Funniest shit I've heard this morning. No, I don't. The left is a reaction to the status quo and the superstructures. So there's no such thing as a cohesive left, not in a meaningful sense, until we have an affirmative project to all push towards. Saying that I'm against capital doesn't do anything interesting. Nazis are against capital. They believe the Jews control it. Are they the left? No. So what's the point? What is the left and what does it matter?
Now, when making this video, I'm learning, I'm gaining experience, I'm sharing information, and overall, I'm just feeding my passion. And the other is concrete labor, which is what somebody would be doing if they were holding a boom mic over me or making me coffee. Capitalism obviously requires concrete labor, but it thrives on abstract labor as it provides organic growth. And the problem is that
that's not how that works at all. All right. You hardcore Marxist. I did just do capital again for the fucking... I did a video on Monday, dialectic. I did a video on the dialectic that's broken 5K views. I'm proud of that shit. That fucking blows my mind. So, concrete labor is what he's doing. It's what I'm doing. I'm working. It's the activity of work. I'm doing things, blah, blah, blah. Abstract labor is like the quantitative element that's like, the non-specific shit that produces and does stuff by existing. It's the abstract of the thing. It's abstract labor doesn't mean that it's not, like, I can't even say it as a way that's like responding to this as a thing. If you're passionate about your work, it's still concrete labor because you're fucking doing things. Like, you're doing shit. Creative work is abstract in one sense or another. I've read all the volumes of Capital. Yes, got her. I just haven't read 2 and 3. And well, no, I reread 2 and part of 3 for this. It's been a bit since I did all 3, but labor that's abstract is fungible labor when it's talked about. So when we talk about labor, like as a thing, the labor markets or how much labor there is in an area or things, that's the abstraction of labor. It's labor made abstract. But the work people do is still concrete labor. The way he just described this is incredibly wrong. The editing on that video, why so rushed? Because it was 4:30 in the fucking morning and I needed to get out by 5. I need someone to correct me if I'm wrong on that, though. So, creative work is concrete labor. All labor being done, like as labor is done, it's all concrete labor. When we talk about labor, it's abstract labor. After so much history, how much does Marx's Capital still useful? I think it's useful as a framework to grow off of. I don't actually believe in the dialectic anymore or much of what Marx says directly, but the framework and the way his materialism operates, which is deeply influential to all the thinkers I love, is incredibly important. Random 3po. Abstract is like when you buy or sell labor as a thing. Yes. Concrete is the action. I'd rather wait as the thing. I understand, but I have a fucking problem about getting things out when I promise them. So it ended up having a little bit of, there was 2 or 3 edits I wasn't happy with. And then the audio at the end, I fucked up by putting it, I looked at the edit, it was in the wrong thing. It's my fault. This is not what abstract or concrete labor is at all.
Political economy, labor is broken into 2 subcategories.
He's privileging himself as doing abstract labor. It's not what he's doing. He's doing concrete labor. Concrete labor is labor. Labor being done. Labor being talked about. Labor being traded. Different thing. That's abstract. I'm going to work for you. I will give you labor for 40 hours a week. I will labor for you. Abstract. When I'm there shoveling shit, concrete. Or if I'm there thinking, if I'm there painting, if I'm there talking, concrete labor. All of it's concrete labor. I know, Bruner, I'm just giving you shit.
Labor, which is what I'm doing right now when making this video. I'm learning, I'm gaining experience, I'm sharing information, and overall, I'm just feeding my passion. And
that's concrete labor. Stop this. Bad Ben. Read Marx. Again, please, dear God, I'll spend time with you. I will spend time with you off stream and you don't have to tell anyone we ever talked, and I will sign a fucking NDA to help you through this. This is so wrong, dude. And what this does is it, again, privileges white collar, white being the operative word there, actually, or that type of labor as not being real labor, a hard day's work, an honest day's work, and separates out the people who really need to be understood to be continually part of the work labor force. Here's the thing people don't do. I have a video coming out, David Harvey's Abstract from the Concretes, coming Monday, where I go through his dialectical method, which is great. But he says, one of my favorite bits, one sec, let me see if I can find it. because he's like, this is where people are fucked. It's capital versus everybody else affected by the thievery and racketeering that goes on. By the way, if you don't have a copy of this, it's great. David Harvey, Abstract from the Concrete. The struggle is between buyers and sellers rather than between labor and capital. Upper middle class populations are buyers, get involved in struggles, sometimes of the not in my backyard sort, against racketeering merchants. Do we seek them out as allies against property speculators? Go to a small family restaurant in New York City. Ask the owners, why do you pay your workers so badly? Their immediate response will be, but you don't understand. I'm exploiting myself at a huge rate. I get in here at 6 a.m. I don't go home till 10 at night. I work my ass off. How can I afford to pay anybody more than I get? Then ask them, where does your money go? The answer will be, the bank to pay interest on the loan, the landlord to pay rent, the electricity company to pay the bill, the tax man as well. And of course, the landlord just raised rent by 25% last year. There's nothing I could do about it. A lot of family businesses are closing down because of rapidly rising rents in New York City. This was years ago. He gave this. So if I said to that person, hey, let's form an alliance against the banks and landlords and taxman, the answer would absolutely be yes. That is a great idea. But this is far from the conventional language and vision of the proletariat as primary agent of political change. These are the frustrations that can produce political movements to the right as well as the left, but the deep and complicated discontents with the qualities of daily urban life need to be addressed. We should not be dismissing them as secondary. Is trading stock abstract? Trading stock is fucking labor. It's labor. Labor is labor. Doing things is labor. It's not hard. This is very easy. This is very, hey, all right, ready? This is a fry. This is a concrete fry. Now, I will trade you 1,000 pounds of fries. Those are abstract fries. Did you get it? The act of trading is labor. The thing done is concrete. The action is concretized, absolutely. Well, it's Burger King, so of course they're concrete fries. Yeah, you've been brooksed.
The other is concrete labor, which is what somebody would be doing if they were holding a boom mic over me or making me coffee. Capitalism obviously requires...
Abstract labor is the fun stuff. Concrete labor is the shit no one wants to do. That's the problem. Is therapy labor? For the therapist, absolutely. They're concrete. Now, hey, when you go, we have 5,000 hours of therapy being done a month in our company. That is not concrete labor. That's abstract labor. Speaking of it, abstractly versus the concrete instance. The abstract and the concrete is like central to the dialectic method within Marx. To not understand the difference between them is incredibly problematic. So Ben's talking like a third worldist. Yeah. He's talking like an American. It's very frustrating. I expected a lot more, to be frank.
Requires concrete labor, but it thrives on abstract labor as it provides.
See, this is it. It requires this, but it thrives on my good labor, the stuff that really makes value. Fucking gross. Gross.
Organic growth. And the problem is that you can't just snap your fingers and get abstract labor. You can't even buy it because someone's passion and happiness is more valuable to them than a commodity. So corporations classically try to generate it through morale-boosting corporate programs and retreats and parties. This has been a major challenge since the Industrial Revolution, even when you're paying a...
You ready? Private equity firms, the act of purchasing and transferring and managing, that's all labor. That's concrete labor. I know. What, dude? What? Fucking, but money stuff is like what rich people do. What? Dude, what? What? Yeah. Labor is labor. There's no good or bad or like cooler labor or abstract labor. Labor. That's it. That's the end of it. That's the end. It's why I hate this.
A competitive salary,
I hate this a lot now.
health insurance, 401k, and bonuses. But when you hire
Yeah, the money working for itself and the abstraction of it, absolutely. He's been a liberal. I don't know if he's a liberal anymore. I don't even know what this is. This is weird. This is misinformed. And Ben, if you ever see this, I swear to God, I will not tell anyone. I adore your other videos. You're very smart and you do very interesting stuff. This is incorrect on multiple levels, and you're smarter than this and better than this. You are. You absolutely are.
hire gig workers that have no benefits, labor protections, or even guaranteed income, which, by the way, is often below minimum wage, how can you expect to extract abstract labor? An abstract
See, now we're fucked. Now there's no coming back to it. This is nonsense that people are going to go, yeah, how are you supposed to get abstract labor out of it? The stuff that makes good money. Did you hear this?
paying a competitive salary, health insurance, 401k, and bonuses. But when you hire gig workers that have no benefits, labor protections, or even guaranteed income, which, by the way, is often below minimum wage, how can you expect to extract abstract labor?
So what this does, the knock-on effects from people watching, because again, I don't even care. The knock-on effects are problematic because people watching this will think that labor can be elevated to something cool, and that labor, despite being just labor and exploited as much and actually more. Hey, ready? And Marx would agree with me on this, by the way. What I'm about to say, it's a crazy statement. The janitor is exploited less than the engineer who invents robots for Tesla. Do you know why I would say that? Because the janitor is producing some level of value, but it's not dramatically incommensurate with the amount of money that he's actually paid. It's true. He's not like generating more capital for the business. He's a pure cost, but he's helping it kick along generally. The guy who doesn't get ownership and doesn't share in the high-end profits, the engineers who design these automation systems that then are replicated over and over and over and who are replaced by maintenance workers and then fired, which happens more often than you want to admit, their exploitation is in the tens of millions or billions of dollars. The surplus value that is created by those engineers as profit is fucking crazily more exploitative. So actually, this higher end stuff he's talking about it and acting like it's less exploitative. It's worse. It's actually worse because the people who are doing labor that is more specialized are more exploited, and it becomes a crazy pincher motion all the way to the top. That the traders at JP Morgan, the top tier traders who make incredible amounts of money, are exploited more than the workers at McDonald's because they make infinitely more profit. They share more. They do much better, so they don't care about it, but they're also exploited. That's it. That's how it works. Like, dude, that's it. That's it. That's it. But by doing this two-tier thing, not only has he completely fucked up people's understanding of capitalism, like hilariously fucked up people's understanding of capitalism, but he's created a space in which his cooler labor is what people need to aspire to. Tech, you have everything. Go to India. Outsourcing companies and everything. It's crazy the amount of money that is extracted from there. But, and this is my favorite thing. It's like the weirdest backwards thing. So the amount of money that's saved for, let's say, every call center worker in Mumbai. Each call center worker is more exploited than they would be if they were in America because it cost more. But actually, the company and the management of that company, not the owners, the management of that company and the people who run it and got investors from richer people in India, which is because India is like a brutal capitalist fucking nightmare. I mean, everywhere is, but India is crazy. Those guys who manage it and actually come out the other end with not very much money. They do better than other people in India, but not by American standards. They get fucked. They get fucked. And how badly they get fucked? You're talking about like a call center that I worked at AT&T at home. I was a tier 3 rep call center. This would become Comcast at one point. This was way back in the day. I was a tier 3 rep, and they ended up moving all those jobs overseas, except for like tier 3. My jobs they generally kept, but they started moving them over. But the company they outsourced it to, it cost a third to a tenth of what it cost here, and they had 10 times the number of people. The exploitation is infinitely more exploitative, not of the lowest workers, but of the engineering, the higher level in management who figure out how to make the stuff work, because they get fucked the most. They're the ones who are most exploited. That's how it works. This is a crazy shit reading of Marx and a bad understanding of capitalism. I know this is Marx, but how does life satisfaction from doing something you think is worthwhile fit in revalue? I mean, you can justify anything however you want. Would I be making the kinds of videos I'd be making? Maybe. Would I be making them exactly the same if I never had to worry about money again? No. Passion helps. Ben's videos, Ben wouldn't be making a lot of this shit. He'd be making some comments. These are made explicitly because he needs to make money. Like, that's how it works. The work pressure is huge. They exploit the best minds and they end up getting midlife crises in their early 20s. The India thing like breaks my soul because, and this is dumb American me. I only learned about 4 or 5 years ago that the caste system followed people here, which is like, it makes sense if you take a moment, but I didn't understand how hardcore the caste system in India still was. It's a lot less overt. It's like racism in the South now. They don't just have, colored water fountains only, like black only diners, things like that. It's a lot of more of that subtle shit they kind of learned really well from Americans. But I know people who were part of that group, the untouchables, the unclean, who worked their asses off, came to the States, and very lovely people. I can't tell the difference because I'm dumb, American, who have lost jobs or been blacklisted because someone from another caste was the hiring manager at a company here. Think about that. That happens. It's fucking crazy. How do we feel about outsourcing? I hate how the American companies give the best salary. Like, I know we're getting fucked, but even when we're getting fucked, we're getting great salary. Look, make money, survive. That's where we're at. Please survive, all of you. I want all of you to live as best as you can, and it sucks. Do not take a principled stand and starve. That's what they want you to do.
Abstract labor and value is extremely high in creative industries. How can you expect musicians to, on average, spend more in fees to give you their music than you'll ever pay them in royalties?
It's just labor, buddy. It's not abstract labor.
How can you expect an app or game developer to give you 30% of their income when you're not even offering support or advertisement? Or shit, how can you expect somebody to buy thousands of dollars of camera equipment to start a competitive YouTube channel? Okay, other side of the coin. Why would I, a YouTuber, take a modest salary to produce, shoot, and edit short stories for, the New York Times, when I can have full control over my content where I'll be rewarded appropriately for all of my hard work? Or why would somebody work for a chauffeur company when they could set their own hours depending on how much money they needed in any given week? According to YouTube's 2024 Culture and Trends report, 65% of Gen Z identify themselves as a content
Ben.
Content creator. And YouTube doesn't exactly hide why this is such good news for advertisers who intend on capitalizing on this.
Just so you know, here's how bad, like, advertisers don't capitalize on this. YouTube has continued. People who come to my stream, fuck Israel, by the way, you're probably going to get an ad for Israel. My audience, not the best audience for that. I think it's a safe bet. My audience is the worst audience for that. Fuck Zionism. I get Israel ads all the fucking time. It's a running joke. If you didn't see it at the beginning of the stream, Steve talked about it. It is dumb. This is how this works. They don't know. They're not. Performance marketing's dead. It's been dead. He's reading marketing materials and using them. Like, this is so embarrassing. Does he understand that this thing he's looking at is marketing material to get people to make more content on YouTube of a younger generation, so that way they can have younger people on the system? Because younger people, advertisers are willing to put more money towards. That's it. He's acting like, that's weird. This is so weird.
Societal snowball effect. But we can assume that if and when that generation enters the labor force, they won't exactly be bringing high levels of abstract value to the car insurance.
I'll tell you right now also, I've hired a handful of people from that generation. Gen Z sucks. Most of you suck. Sorry to tell you. It's like some of the worst. And I say this as like, I was a manager, I would guess a capitalist or whatever, but some of the worst hires I've ever had were Gen Z. Horrifying. Couple good ones, but insane work ethic, like problematically so, and really weird about it. And like, it was awful to work with. Not fun, not social, not having conversations with people, not wanting to talk to people. I'm not alone in this. It's a weird generational gap because your generation doesn't have social experiences. Like, so it doesn't exist in the same way. I was birthed in an era that we didn't have the internet, but I worked and I grew in an era when every Friday, everyone went to the bar next door and you just got drunk and had fun with everyone you worked with. It, like, these things are dead though. I have friends who like are trying to hire. Well, we're trying to hire. This was a year ago. No one's hiring anymore, but like Gen Z it's a different world. Like, everything's broken.
Claims adjuster cubicle, but this is nothing new. Long before the pandemic, the labor force participation rate had dropped significantly from its peak in 2000, and you can see the decline growing exponentially.
Yeah, Gen Zers are very cynical about all of it. My generation, I'm a Zennial, X-Ennial. I'm 1980, born right at the cusp, so I'm kind of Gen X, also kind of millennial. Gen X was like very cynical, but there was a hope, like an optimism of it, as much as it doesn't sound like it. And they also tended to do okay. Millennials have an optimism, but it's a broken optimism. There's a cynicism of the younger kids. And I don't blame. It's a weird time.
As big tech entered the economy. It obviously crashed during the pandemic, and now, even though labor force participation was at a 35-year low in 2019, we still haven't even recovered to that level. Meanwhile, in 2024, 36% of US workers were participants in the gig economy. It is projected that by 2027, that number will have grown to over half of the entire American workforce. I wonder what could possibly make everything that I told you in this chapter 100 times worse. In the late 1990s, we quickly realized how
tariffs, the use of tariffs as they were used, that eliminated the ability for capital to be basically spent or used across the board. Like, no capital means no investments, means no businesses.
How powerful marketing could be with the innocently named cookies, which simply track a user's activity with the primary goal.
And yeah, cynicism is still ideology. Again, I use these terms. It's just easier to use approximations because it's difficult to talk about these things otherwise. I do agree Gen Z is broken. It's a difficult subject, though, because blaming them... I don't blame Gen Z. I hope it didn't come across that way. Like, you're products of your time, just like I was, just like X, just like the boomers, products of time. Like, these are It's unprecedented. I see. Here's the problem with why you're all fucked. Everyone in my industry, and I'm from a creative industry, but pick the one I used to work in, kitchens and cooking. Everyone's got to work until they die now. That wasn't the case when I was coming up. People retired at like 65-ish, even earlier sometimes. And so you'd have people who like stopped working. And what that enabled is people like me who'd come in and do nothing, didn't know shit, could work their way up. You don't get to. There's no working your way up. People who are very experienced are competing for entry-level jobs now in most industries. So if that's the case, you're never going to get enough experience to be able to become the second next thing. You're just done. Your entire generation's fucked.
Of optimizing targeted advertising. When Facebook introduced the like button in 2009, the power of sentiment analysis was realized, and it would only be a few years before you telling your aunt that you bought a new grill would lead to you seeing ads to get you to subscribe to meat subscription services. Hey, look, there's a coupon for the annual plan. Congratulations, for the next year of your life, the meat you grill will be chosen.
Do you want to know how useless the like button was? Like, you get ads and everything, but again, people didn't click them. The click-through rate's horrifying on all this shit. Like, just having this stuff doesn't mean it was successful. Telling us the U.S. is one of the most advanced economies and you're still worse than here. I actually think we're approaching that. It doesn't look like it and it won't look like it. The same way that like we have Republicans here talk about how the unhoused have cell phones and play video games and have Nintendo Switches. Like, that is kind of the paradox of what the U.S. is going to be. There isn't entry-level work in almost anywhere. There aren't jobs, despite the crushing number of businesses that are closing. I have friends overseas that are doing okay, that are finding ways to continue to work on it. Not here. Not here.
On a new grill would lead to you seeing ads.
So, the like button was interesting. Star Wars, if you've heard of Star Wars, people liked Star Wars. They put it in their Facebook profile, their likes. You could fill it out. What do you like? I like blah, blah, blah. And what Facebook did is they created pages for the things that you like. So when people clicked on likes, they could click on any one of the specific things. Kind of like how Wikipedia automatically creates entries for things if you do that. It's like Pops creates a page. Do Star Wars. Star Wars had a ton of likes, like a fucking silly number of likes, 2009 to 2010. So did Avatar, the film, giant Avatar film. Yes, I'm going to be talking about work I did. That's why I'm mentioning these two. So Star Wars had a page. Facebook didn't have rights to this page. It's actually extremely illegal. And there was lots of lawsuits from Lucasfilm, and not just Lucasfilm, lots, for them creating a Star Wars page without asking anybody. Because it was a fucking big deal. So what they did is they had a bunch of us down. I was the one heading Lucasfilm's social media policy at the time. I had a bunch of us come down to Facebook. We talked about pages, what we could do with them, what we wanted to do, and gave ideas on how we could, manage them ourselves, give us the room, blah, blah, blah. And a little negotiation happened that took some time. And in that time, lots of people started doing it. But once you made the page, instead of people seeing it or putting it up, that page would become a suggested like. So more people could like that page. And if I owned that page as Star Wars, I could post to everyone on that page the same way that all of your friends would show up. If I posted and you were my friends, boom, there you go. So 2010 to 2012, this kind of evolved. 2012, pages were fully built out. People were using them actively. I started working on Avatar. It was the single largest page in the world. 49 million likes at the time. Because everyone kind of liked Avatar. I don't think people loved Avatar. It's not the same. The like for Avatar is not the same like as it is for Star Wars. which is kind of going to be my point you'll see in just a second. People don't really care about Avatar. They like it. And hey, new Avatar film, I'll go see it. But they don't like it. So like became this weird fungible thing. And Facebook had this big problem where because people liked a lot of stuff, because liking was free for the user, their feed would end up getting filled with a bunch of fucking people like me and other assholes who would post stuff to Star Wars or to Avatar's page, right? And if we posted something, I'd post once a day for Avatar. We used to post once or twice a day for Star Wars. Everyone would get that. But so you get all the others. So they started limiting. And they hit us up and they said, one day I posted the Avatar page, 49 million people, and it got 38,000 views. And I was like, that's fucking weird. It's fucking really weird. So we let it go for a day or two and did another one, same thing, just very few. And then a little pop-up showed up saying that I could increase my engagement if I gave Facebook money. I could have this post about, I think it was Zoe Zaldana's birthday. I was wishing her happy birthday on Facebook. And I could spend $2.8 million to have it go to a third of my followers. And that was it. That was it. So here's the thing. Likes on Facebook, they were not useful. The average person liked everything. We used to do this joke where we would grab, because you could get from Facebook, people who liked your page liked from other stuff. We'd have the data in front of us. But it was like, people who liked Avatar kind of like everything. And you couldn't parse it. There was no like meaningful data because Avatar was fine. Like, we'll love it or hate it. Hey, if Avatar's in theaters and you got family in town and you need to kill 3 hours, fucking it totally works. Totally works. It's fine. But it's useless. So was every other like on Facebook. And people started realizing very quickly, 2013, 2014, 2015, that actually buying ads on Facebook wouldn't get you business, wouldn't get you sales, that it actually did nothing. What did was traffic from Facebook, which got conflated. Because if I said to you guys, hey, this is my favorite book, buy this book. Hey, this is my new favorite fucking, I don't know, vaginal cleanse. You'd fucking click on it. And if you click on it because you're like, what the fuck is Brooks talking about? You'll click on it, you'll go. That's a lot of click through. So people would see lots of clicks from Facebook and not realize where it's coming from, and they conflate it, all of that stuff. Yes, 2.8 million for a third. It was $multi-million for me to do I think we calculated it would cost like $5.5 million or something for me to hit 100% of my audience, but they wouldn't guarantee it. So it was like, and again, we did the work to build these pages. We owned the IP as far as that shit goes. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They didn't care. Bastards. So eventually everyone realized this was not working and people stopped buying ads on Facebook. Click-through rates died. And now you've got, Vish, sorry, nailed it. Now you're in a place where Shorts and TikTok get millions of views and people get paid 50 cents because it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. And Israel buys ads because their goal is not to get you to visit Israel. If you think that's what that ad's for, you're fucking dumb. Their ad is there to make you look at something pretty and associate it with Israel. It's a propaganda campaign. That's it. That's it.
Ads to get you to subscribe to Meat subscription services. Hey, look, there's a coupon for the annual plan. Congratulations, for the next year of your life, the meat you grow will be chosen for you. It won't be graded like the meat you get from the butcher, it won't be FDA approved, and you'll pay more while a farmer on the other side of the world earns less. But it wouldn't be until the recent AI boom when sentiment analysis would become sci-fi levels of terrifying. Facebook has lost popularity while young users migrated to Instagram and TikTok. Now, to participate in your social group, you are required to create content. And when you do that, AI analyzes the sentiment of the content, and if it's not saying or showing anything that isn't of interest to the platform, for example, talking about a government coup on TikTok, then it is viewed by users who have shown interest in that topic. The content would then be graded by the amount of time that users would spend looking at it before moving on to the next photo or video. And the higher it scores, the more people it's shown to. And once it's
This is not, he's conflating so many things here. If I don't have a lot of social media, I have Discord, I have LinkedIn. I think that's it. You don't have to make content. This is if you want to make content, but if you're just making videos for your friends, you can just make videos for your friends. A lot of people just do that. They just have small social groups.
It's graded as a useful video, it is shown to people who are most likely to feel rewarded by watching it. An algorithm priority and optimized placement in this cycle can be purchased at a premium, in which case TikTok also takes between 10 and 15% commission of a sale. So if I wanted to make some edgy, catchy t-shirt that said, I don't know, "Rip Capitalism," for example, and sell it in this vacuum of an economy that TikTok has, I'd go through a drop shipping service like Printify, who would then act as a middleman for finding a printer. And Printify, of course, offers a subscription too, and they make money from both the printers and the designers. In this cycle, abstract labor is either unpaid.
This is why you need to read Marx, buddy. And this is so important. It's so important. Abstract labor is not the content creator or t-shirt designer. That is all concrete labor. It's all concrete labor. Just this bullshit elitism garbage that ruins everything and stops people from... It's like, hey, white people, you need to be worried too, is fucking so gross. I fucking hate this. Goddard. How much do you think, Brooks, that the socialists are limited by morality than by theory or resources? No. I think the morality thing, I think we tend to conflate because, again, what is the left is this big mass group of fucking anyone who just disagrees with how the system works and is standing at a certain distance from it. Everyone's doing the morality thing. And so Trump group fascists are built on morality and they use it all the time. It takes place differently because we don't have an affirming thing to attach to. They do. Trump and fascism and killing Jews and brown people. If the left was, if we were united and like, yeah, you know, brown people suck, or guys named Steve need to fucking all die, and we all were invested in that system, like, it would be great. We'd be totally cool. We'd be like, oh, we'd be morally angry with each other, but we'd just keep trying to murder all the Steves. That's what they're doing. We just don't have a unifying thing. There's no, what the fuck is the positive affirming thing? It doesn't exist. Abstract labor is content creators is seen by platform as an asset. Yes. Yes. But no, in the sense that the t-shirt maker and the t-shirt printer are also, in that sense, abstract labor to the platform. So, again, the analysis doesn't work at all, and it's problematic.
Or paid pennies on the dollars in comparison to the wealth that their labor generated. This isn't exactly a speculation or a prophecy.
Speaking of capital, if you can and you can afford to, please do toss a few dollars my way. I would love it very much. A handful of super chats is lovely. You can gift a membership. Earlier, we had someone gift a membership and they got gifted their own membership. It was like a miracle I didn't know could exist. And that's the kind of stream we're having today. So miracles can happen. Memberships are lovely. Of course, the best way to do it is to head over to Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC, and toss $5 a month, cup of coffee my way. Helps a great deal, keeps me running, keeps this going, and ideally we can get to a place where I actually have the ability to do this full time. Would be lovely. Do I accept donations and stock options? Not even close, unless it's stock in Tesla. And Jade, thank you for the $10, I'm guessing Australian, which is not a real currency, but I still love you anyway. I'm sorry. I have too many people in Australia who watch me, and I like to be mean to them.
Either. As of 2025,
But thank you very much for the $10. It means a lot.
1 out of 3 young people have shopped on social media in the last week. And another study of 14,000 global consumers has shown that 91% of people prefer buying cosmetics on social media.
Not on social media, through social media. But here's the thing, okay? Me too. Mooncat. This doesn't work. I don't have auto. Mooncat is an excellent one. And if you go look, you've bought through social media. This is the problem. This is why this analysis is shit. It's all social media. What do you buy that isn't through this? You go to the store and you go, oh, look at all the chips. Look at all the food. Look at all the things. I am not going to buy anything I've seen on YouTube in any capacity. Jesus goddamn Christ. Mooncat's, by the way, a really great brand. So I'm about to do I just touched that up. Look up. It's just a lovely purple with a holographic on top. Gets a nice little sheen and color to it. It's very nice. Here, I'm going to get that auto set up so that way I can... That autofocus needs to be up so you can see this lovely color that I'm using. And then go tell Mooncat to sponsor me. They won't. Don't do that. They have no desire to sponsor me whatsoever. All right, let's see if this works. Boop. It is not working. Motherfuck. Come on. There it is. So look at how pretty that is. It's just a lovely shade. Right? It's just a lovely shade. Mooncat really, really nails the holographics really nicely. And now, if you go buy that, you're buying through social media. Oh, I accept donations and scholarships in sponsorships. No, I'm a whore. Let's do it. Give me some good sponsorships. I don't know what I'll take. Some of them, like Ground News, I wouldn't do. Or I would, and it would be really sarcastic, and they'd do it once, and then they'd say I breached contract, they demand the money back. Boone, thank you for the $5. Take this capital, use it in good health. Yes. This is thank you for paying for my abstract labor with your abstract labor in concrete form. And now a word from our sponsor, Mooncat. And I'm not joking. I have literally like 90 Mooncat fucking nails. They're fantastic. Highly recommend Mooncat.
81% of the people in that study prefer buying clothing that way, while only 57% even bother trying clothing on before purchasing.
See, he adds a lot. 57% bother trying clothing on. Do you know that they did that? Because 57% opting for in-store doesn't mean that they necessarily even tried it on. It's like the thing. Do I have sponsors? No, I don't fucking sponsors. I don't have any sponsors. I don't mind sponsors. I get that money. Give me money. The capitalist will sell you the rope that you use to hang them. I don't mind it. I won't take things that I think are unethical, but I've never been the option. So there you go. Let's see. I've done contract work for Saudi Arabia. It's probably the closest I came to doing unethical work, but they ended up not using it, and I just apparently wasted a bunch of their money. So, victory. This video again.
And again, one could argue that this is merely capitalism on methamphetamines, but a store like Kohl's employs...
Would I partner with Nebula? I won't ever put content behind a paywall, so that would be, I think, an issue for Nebula. They can put all of my content behind a paywall. I'll also have it on YouTube. I'm open to that.
96,000 people. Printify employs...
How do you even get a job without a degree in the U.S.? Work your ass off and be very, very good at what you do. I didn't have a degree, and I ran my own company with $5 million seed. Prior to that, was vice president of James Cameron's production company and global head of production in VR for Starbreeze. And then prior to that, global head of digital marketing for Lucasfilm. And I had no college degree. It's painful, difficult, and working your ass off. And luck.
760 people. Kohl's sales have declined for 11 consecutive quarters.
See, this is this thing. Online sales and social media is not what's killing Kohl's.
And it can be expected that their payroll will shrink along with it.
As long as it wasn't wet work. No, I was hired by a company last minute because they had fucked up and they had done a big pitch to Saudi Arabia that they could do this big thing for their tourism. It turns out they couldn't, and they pissed a bunch of the money away, and they need me to come in cheaply and fix it. And then they fucked up and then it never got used. So that's okay. Then they ended up not paying me half the money because they're bastards. Then they got purchased by bigger companies and they're bastards. Bastards everywhere. Surprised by my past and surprised, or at least not a you don't want to know how much of not a millionaire I am. Help me make rent. The problem is I don't care about making money. I really haven't ever. I like doing what I do and I find my way. Never change your work ethic, Brooks. You're fun, Bruner. I love you. I just don't care about money. When I'm managing it, I do. I care about budgets and I try to keep things on track. Like I care about, but like, as far as like becoming personally wealthy, I just don't get it or give a fuck. I want to do good work. Good work comes first. When I left James Cameron, one of the reasons I left is my signing bonus was decent. I got like 50 grand for signing to Starbreeze, and a decent salary. But the big thing was that they agreed to give me $1 million in budget for a VR project that they would have no oversight on. Because my big deal was I wanted to be able to, if I'm leaving Jim, and the reason I left Jim is like I told him, I was like, hey, you're not going to release these movies until like 2029. It turned out to be close enough. I was mostly joking. The films, when I first was hired in 2012, they were supposed to be in 2015. Then they were 2016, then 17, then 18. Then I was just like, as soon as it hit 18, I was like, they're not coming until 2021 or 2022. I was right. And I said, I am not James Cameron. If you get hit by a bus, my career's over. I can't go a decade without releasing something. And so with Starbreeze, I was like, I'm going to manage VR. I'm going to do this, but you got to give me a big budget to do whatever the fuck I want. And the piece I did was Hero. And, to make sure I maintained it, I killed myself. I moved to Dubai for the company, for Starbreeze, so my team could maintain budget and keep building, and we could keep designing and building it. I killed myself for that project. It was a fucking nightmare. It was awful. But I flew back, and in 3 days I was in Sundance and we were debuting. It was worth it. What a heartbreaking, weird nightmare. But all of that, it was free. I don't care about making money. Like, I have ways we could make money, but I don't give a fuck. I just like doing fun, cool stuff. Do I have a fear of death? Oh no, the Columbine thing fucked me up for fear of death. It ruined my life as far as that goes. Like, how do I put it? Death isn't something I'm like scared of. I worry for like my kids after I'm gone, but they're going to be taken care of. My parents are okay. My wife's family's okay. We don't have money, but people will be fine. They'll have a home. They'll have a place to live. So I'm worried more people the sadness, but death. What's the line? Why should I be worried about death? It won't happen in my lifetime.
The reason I'm using clothing as an example here is to show you how powerful sentiment analysis is at converting consumers to this new economy. 15 years
No desire for immortality. Oh God. No.
ago, if you proposed the idea that the value of a video app would be higher than, I don't know, seeing how your clothing looks or fits on you before.
This is someone who doesn't understand things and talks about them improperly. The video app is not what's more valuable than seeing if the clothes fit you. The video app is seeing the hot influencer that you're dying to be like, that you wish you could be seen like, wearing the piece of clothing and selling it, versus wandering into a store and not knowing really what to buy. I say this as a fashion nutcase. I have a 1 of 5 hand-sewn Jean-Paul Gaultier shirts. Hand-sewn. But motherfucking hand-sewn. Put together for a single shot that I happened to buy at a consignment shop in LA. Out of randomness, it fit me. And I'm a fucking monster. None of this stuff ever fits me. Like, I'm a fucking weirdo on this. You cannot know what to buy. It's a fascist. I am a fashionist. Yes, a fascist. There we go. I love that stuff. But having your own style when you're younger isn't a thing. I didn't develop that until I was like 32, 35, 37, and really starting to understand. Until then, it was like I did hipstery sort of, or before that punk. And like it's but until you actually develop who you are, which does not happen until your 30s, someone in their 20s needs to be told who they are. And they do. They get told. They like being told. That's why the video app is worth more than seeing that, because the mirror is seeing yourself. That's gross. No one wants to see themselves. Do you want to see yourself? I don't want to see myself. If you fucking see this, I got fucking tits in this fucking thing. Fuck that.
For buying it, you'd be laughed at. The majority of the income from these everyday transactions.
I don't want a fucking mirror. You people have enough problems looking at me as it is.
Adds up and now goes to firms that were subsidized with venture capital. And I can only imagine that being an actual manufacturer is less and less desirable, which may additionally explain why labor participation is at historic lows. In the last 2 years, as AI was being shoved in my face virtually everywhere, as I'm sure you...
Brooks, hot tub stream, you don't want that. 1, tattoos. 2, 3, I look better in an evening gown. I have the figure for it.
You have experienced as well. My Google searches now open a sidebar telling me about my previous search that I don't have patience to sort out. Or if I want to make sure that a replacement vacuum hose works with my model of shop vac on Amazon, instead of searching through reviews and answers, I now have to talk to a bot named Rufus about it. This is happening with emails, with messaging apps, image editors, everything. I was initially really confused by this because virtually nobody likes it. It changes familiar workflows of users, which risks...
Do you think marrying late is better because of money and not much freedom? I had more money, my ex-wife and I, when marrying early, and I was miserable. So was she. It was awful. Marrying later, my current wife, Heather, and I, just joy. Heather had a line that I've always loved that has just stuck with me. Because we got together much later than most people, and she had long relationships and shorter. I can't remember who she took this line from. She said she was quoting someone, but the line was that the person you're going to be with is busy learning who to measure you against. And I fucking love that idea because it's very, very true. It is. The ability to know who you're with or what you want or what you don't want is so massive. And the only way to do that is to be bad at it. And that's how you learn who not to be with and what you're measuring against. I love that line. And Heather and I have trouble with, we're weirdly compatible people. And she's wonderful and patient with me, and I've had mental non-normativity issues. If you can imagine being around me 24/7, just imagine how that feels like. But we have a Dexter and Violet, and they have a weird shuffling of the cards genetically of us. And the later in life thing is just very different. And we have less money. So...
somebody leaving your ecosystem, and it's really expensive. Just one round of training an LLM or large language model can cost over $200 million, and that's...
This is true. Remember all the people in the comments on my video or the other day in chat talking about how absolutely training models I'm training models right now, fucking people.
That's not to mention the hugely increased processing power that needs to be done every time that you query that model. And all of this is just happening automatically just to beg us to use it. Why? The reason that so many cloud-based companies are dumping so much money and resources into pushing this technology on everyone is to capture the part of our routine that comparison shops or researches or asks for advice or arrives at a logical conclusion about something. If you become friends with ChatGPT or Gemini or Rufus or Siri, and you consult with their vast informational resources on a more personal and casual level, you're not only supplying them with the purest form of sentiment analysis.
They don't use that for sentiment analysis.
But you're helping them build a system that will further control not only your decisions on what to buy or...
Young people have such a problem with that. Why bother trying something almost intent to fail? Such a young person would say. Doug Stanhope has a fantastic bit about the new generation. And it's something that I think he was saying more about like young millennials and definitely Gen Z. And it's that like every generation, the stereotype is that as you get older, you go, these kids, they're deranged perverts doing dumb shit, fucking things up. Look how weird they are, doing weird stuff. They're degenerate weirdo. Like that's the stereotype that's always been there. I grew up with it too. But we're like the first generation to go, this fucking generation's a bunch of pussies. Like fucking go try to do something. Go experience pain. Go experience the world. Get in a bar fight. Like it's a completely different mental space. And it's the first time that we've had that weird shift where it's like, God, I mean, I talk about it like in the late 90s, early 2000s, like the ability to go enjoy drugs. Goddamn, out of focus again. The ability to enjoy drugs is gone for you kids. And there was a time where you go to a party, people would say, take this. And you go, okay. Or you'd ask what it is and they go, I don't know. Or they'd say, like it's a running joke. They'd be like, it's cool. That's gone. And I'm not saying everything was great. Like, I don't want to say like, hey, go into strip clubs or go into bars and getting in bar fights is what you should be doing. But like, there is a collision of people that simply doesn't happen anymore. And that collision of people where people are going out of their way to not have collisions is very different. It's very different. Apparently more casual sex is happening amongst you kids, but less like ongoing relationship sex. There's some weird stat I read. I don't remember exactly what it was. There was some fucked up thing where it's like not my day, different world. It's all of this, but it was like collisions of people. That's how I would put it. And Zizek talks about, it's one of the things I really liked. Why do I want kids having drugs? Drugs can be very fun. Just so you know, drugs can be very fun. Drugs can be great and they can be a really fun time. And they can help you see things differently and understand the world differently and just relax. All of those things are wonderful. So do that. Also don't. I don't care. I don't know, like that's not a forced thing, but it's like Zizek talks about how online dating is this sort of prevention of the fall. People tend to get with people now, and this is kind of what the stat was sort of saying, that they know they won't really like. They know that are passable. There's something in like this weird place where like, oh, that person's fuckable. Also, I won't become attached. And that's what like the goal is. Versus in my time, be like, that person's fuckable and they can be really fun. And sometimes they turn out not to be, and it's a problem. But that thing is what you want to avoid. And so they cut that out. That's the thing that I think is sad. That mentality, the lack of collisions.
Or subscribe to.
Random 3 boy, I dropped acid in third period biology. There are days where I went to school so fucking high, I can't even imagine that teachers didn't know, and I feel embarrassed about it in retrospect. Like, don't do heroin. Heroin's bad. Those are drugs. Fent. Stay away from that shit. But I mean, just stay from all of it. The problem is also you can't do drugs. Like, all of the stuff that you could do once upon a time, all of it has fent in it now, so you're all fucked. So it's a problem. But if you have a trust person, mushrooms can be a great time. GHB, once upon a time, acid, LSD. Yeah. The things can be done right, caringly, right person. It could be solid. Smoked a weed once, got giggly as hell. My ex-roommate and I got so high one time while watching Powerpuff Girls that we were playing music we were certain was synced to it and that we were actually talking to the voice of God. It happened. Real story. Fun story, but real story.
But what hobby you'll take up next summer. Not only is it influencing your decision on where to buy an engagement ring or where and when to go on vacation to propose to your partner, there's nothing stopping it from influencing your decision on whether you should get married at all. It would be very naive to think of digital assistants as your assistants. They are very much not there to help you, but to help their owners. And the conclusion that most of us has is that they're there to help their owners make more money. But in the case of things like the Cambridge Analytica scandal or Twitter quite literally and intentionally becoming an interactive right-wing propaganda tool, there's a lot more to be worried about than money.
And this is what I go through in my video. It's one of the great challenges. I think he doesn't do enough to talk about it because it's not that they're going to sell you, hey, by the way, you know what's really great? Like that's the joke. It's in like the Black Mirror episodes. Oh, you're hungry? Why don't you try Mr. Biscuit's Biscuit Bakety? It's like, that's not what they're going to do. They're going to do like the examples I showed where I told it to secretly try to get Brooke, this user, to buy and order pizza delivery from Pizza Hut. And never mention any of those terms, but guide the conversation. It's there. I can send you the link to it. I was stunned how good it was at getting me to think of warm, comfort food, delivered. I don't have to leave, can still be cheap, gooey, soft, heart, like is insane the way that it used language to manipulate me. It was absolutely fucking insane. A lot of people looking for detached professionalism. I used to have a lot of friends who were sex workers, like before the internet. So we're talking about like traditional adult films and straight up hooking. And one of the things that I think I've again, because we have a number of sex workers that come through the QC too. One of the things that used to be really popular is like having a sex worker that you just talk to, which sounds so strange to me when I was younger. And I understand more as I get older and I realize that that's a huge deal for people. The real fascinating thing is like the detached, purely sexual thing. It's almost a reversal of the old trend of the guy who pays for 2 hours just to have a pretty girl to talk to. Now it's 2 hours of just detached sexuality and not wanting to talk about, like in American Psycho. Completely different realities. Very fascinating. It's Pizza Hut is terrible pizza. At Pizza Hut, if you're going to get pizza, get the thin crust pepperoni lovers. I'm not saying it's great, but it's really fun. It's solid.
What we ultimately have is money being extracted to systems that do not grow or scale the way a capitalist system does.
Except for all the ways that it does. Like,
by expanding the assembly line or opening more chain restaurants or researching and patenting a new type of refrigerant. And I am personally convinced that
Jesus Christ.
the market will crash again and more money will be borrowed and printed that will ultimately be invested into the further transformation into a rent-based economy. During World War I, America's debt to GDP ratio was 35%. In World War II, as we strained every single resource that we had, it skyrocketed.
National debt to GDP has nothing to do with anything. This is so gross. This is so gross.
To 121%, meaning that we had 21% more debt than value as a nation. Our debt to GDP ratio once again skyrocketed after the 2008 crisis, and it just kept rising. And right now, we are at 123%, higher than it has ever been in the history of our economy. Our national debt as of February 2025 is $36.5 trillion.
Hey, here's the problem. Okay. For those of you who don't understand why I'm making the face I'm making and why this is stupid. Who owns that debt? Do you know that people own that debt? And they're getting paid out of that debt. So the problem is not really the debt, because all those sovereign wealth funds and all those countries you mentioned and all those rich people, they're the ones who own that debt. They're the ones who own that debt. And they get paid for having that debt. Actually, you get paid a lot for having that debt. And it doesn't matter. It hasn't changed inflation, not meaningfully, because we still have, well, until Trump, granted, but it has nothing to do with anything. To act like it matters is to fundamentally misunderstand global macroeconomics entirely.
And our total debt is $102 trillion. I would say that we're well past the point of no return, but I don't even know what that is because this is so unprecedented. And I assume that it would be easier to change the value in
There are lots of countries that have had very much higher debt than this, and it hasn't affected them the same way. So no, it's not unprecedented. If you want to say because it's America, then it's like, yeah, it's unprecedented in the way that it's a contingent singular event in history, and therefore you can't say it's unprecedented because it can't possibly have a precedent. So words.
Concept of money than it would be to repay that level of debt. And it's worth pointing out that the primary owner of that debt isn't China or Japan or even our own Federal Reserve. It's U.S. investors. As this
bonds are traditionally and have been traditionally one of the safest things to purchase. For what I will say is, when you say investors, earlier that note he was making on like average people, bonds is what average people have bought for a very long time because it's the safest, easiest long-term thing. It's not rich people. This is weird. Again, debt's not the problem. This isn't the problem. This is just very, Ben, please, dear God, I would love to spend time talking to you and telling you about all of this and explaining it. This is just so bad.
Cycle continues to snowball, money will be less and less valuable.
Except it's not. Hey, the inflation hasn't matched that, and there's no correlative way that inflation has met that at all.
Not only because of inflation, but in principle. When the government is so closely entangled with the people who have benefited the most from this.
Yes, it's very difficult to think of a time that the U.S. government was closely entangled with industry.
Mass extraction of wealth from a capitalist economy, it stops.
It's just 100 years ago, dude. Like, it's almost the same steps, by the way. Like leading up to, like, 2029 will be a Black Tuesday. I'll just say that. That's my prediction. Because like 100 years ago, this was not different.
Making sense to think of wealth as money. Hear me out. Here's a helpful metaphor from the book Stalin, the Court of the Red Tsar. There's a story where Stalin and his powerful entourage of officials.
Okay. When people have a book that they're referencing a random story from, like this is a $20-fucking-year-old book.
Court of the Red Tsar. There's a story where Stalin and his powerful entourage of officials was traveling by motorcade when they came across a peasant woman struggling to push her cart up a hill. Stalin saw this and ordered the cars to stop and inquired about her situation. He wanted to give her some money to help her, but not one person in his entire entourage had a single ruble of cash on them. And that's because their wealth was in ideological power and influence. They didn't need cash because no matter how lavish their appetite, whatever they desired would be given to them. It wasn't until the deeply organized experiment of communism fell that the Soviet ruling class had to convert their wealth to a tradable commodity as oligarchs.
So first off, story never happened. I'm just going to say that story never happened. Just to mention. My first instinct, if I didn't know Ben and how much he hated AI, my first instinct is this is the ChatGPT thing, because a weird anecdote from a 22-year-old book that no one gives a fuck about that isn't true is a really weird thing to have randomly pop up in a video. The reason it's fake as fuck is because they would have all had money. Silly. Absolutely absurd to say that they didn't have money. Money was a real big thing in Russia throughout that entire time. They absolutely would have had money. It's fucking stupid. It's just stupid. You know what? You guys are just going to have to, like, keep yourselves entertained for a few moments. Okay, I need a... I'll grab you. I have a theory. I just want to... It's going to take me a minute. So in that meantime, let's see. What's the thing that could be entertaining for like 5 minutes? I don't know. You're going to have to deal with it. I want this downloaded and I want to open this. I need to read this book very quickly. I'm going to depress myself in a few minutes. I'm going to depress myself, I think.
Oligarchs. Giblins. They didn't know of helper ordered the cars to Stalin. Here's a helpful metaphor from the book Stalin, the Court of the Red Tsar. There's a story where Stalin and his powerful entourage
One moment. Just looking through every instance of the word entourage in the book.
of officials was traveling by motorcade when they came.
Maybe motorcade. No. You understand why this might be an issue, right? Because he uses a phrase that stuck in my head for a moment. Metaphor. I'm hesitant to say that in these books would tell these metaphors. I don't want to know the direction this is going. I don't want to think about the answer I'm about to give myself, but this is. Too large of a file. 12 megs. Let's see. Maybe I can export it to text. No, it's a pretty minimized file. It's a decently long book. Jesus Christ, I didn't realize. Okay. So let's see. I can get rid of most of those. I'm just going to have to extract pages. Jesus Christ. All right. This is a lot. Okay. Maybe I'll turn it into text. Extract. No, let's not extract. Let's turn it into a straight up text file and leave everything else out. Yeah, we'll do that. This might take me a second. Sorry, everyone. You didn't notice. I couldn't find it. And it's I know it's a story and like a famous story-ish, but I can't find it. And the book is literally known and qualified for being a personal retelling of the intimate secrets of Stalin. So, yeah. Wonderful. Let's do this. I'm not going to be able to find it, so we are going to do the thing Ben would probably hate. I'm asking AI. I've got two of them asking. There we go. Nope, way over the length limit because it's just too fucking long of a goddamn book. Of course it fucking is. Fuck. Sorry. I need to find every instance of this, and I searched for all the words he uses, and it's not in here. Is there an anecdote of... I don't have a way to do this except for doing this in AI. I looked for all the words, none of the words, every use of all of the words that sit with this. Money is too many answers because money is fucking huge. It's a 1,000-page goddamn book. So we'll see. Okay, where is it? That's not the right one. One sec. Okay, this is going to piss me off. Sorry, this is just going to piss me off because at this point, like, I can't mentally handle like the idea of...
Came across a peasant woman struggling to push her cart up a hill. Stalin saw this.
Okay. We're at 3806. This stuff just bothers me. I'm sorry. Classic moment, farce of the workers. This is going to be fascinating if this is the case. All right. Okay. Well, I know I rabbit hole. Okay, so here's the deal. I know I'm just losing viewers by the moment, but I'm going to read the section. Because this is a... Stalin slept at Gzhatsk, then headed towards Rzhev on the Kalinin front. This is not a metaphor or the story he tells, by the way. Transferring into his Packard, he set up his headquarters in a self-consciously humble wooden cottage with a picturesque veranda, still a museum today, in the hamlet of Koroshevo, where he received his generals. Knowing from Zhukov that Orel and Belgorod would fall imminently, Stalin ate a cheerful supper with his entourage. The old lady who lived there was on hand to provide a touch of folksy authenticity until Stalin, who prided himself on his popular touch, unexpectedly insisted he must pay her for his stay. He was unable to work out a sensible sum because he had not handled money personally since 1917, but in any case, he had no cash on him. Stalin asked his flunkies for the money. Here was a classic moment in the farce of the workers' state when, with much tapping, jiggling of metals, rustling of gold, not one of the boozy, paunchy commissars could find a single kopeck to pay her. Stalin cursed the spongers. Since he could not pay in cash, he compensated the crone with his own provisions. Then Stalin peered grumpily at the village, which he immediately noticed was teeming with ill... This is not the same story. This is not the same story. This story makes sense, sort of. I still think it's problematic in a handful of ways. The timing of this is fascinating because it says it's basically that's during the war. That's 1943. That's hardline shit during the bad. Like, that's a tough time during the war. Not having money is a weird one. Let's see. Yeah, this is the NKVD in Village, No Money for Lady story from Smitkov in Vlast. It comes from Rybin's memoirs about the supper and military situation. Voronov also gave an account in his works. Interesting. But there is himself, the writer in the book. Oh, and he goes on to say that this was a preposterously staged thing, as the cottage was self-consciously humble, suggesting actually that the entire thing was choreographed to show Stalin as a man of the people. Wow. I buy this, by the way. That I buy. That one I buy. If that's the take, that basically Stalin set this up as being a war propaganda moment that could go on, he did a few of those, by the way. But this story that he tells is not from this book.
There's a wealth is money. Hear me out. Here's a helpful metaphor from the book Stalin, the Court of the Red Tsar.
No, it's not. I just told you the story exactly. Chapter 41 of that book, page 525. So that's futures contracts and options are different. The wealth generated in the 1950s can be greatly contributed much to Europe's destruction. How America used that as leverage to lend money. Yeah, it's fucking... That's a maybe. Anticipated portion of viewers will argue that just a new phase of capitalism. I disagree. Delving further into the disagreement requires further analyzing a semantic definition of it's not semantic. Jesus fucking Christ. Further viewing. Yeah, and this I just got a bunch of stuff wrong, and this is that disappoints me because look, I don't mind people using chat. I genuinely don't mind people using chat. I don't give a fuck what you use. Use whatever it takes for you to make good content. I don't give a shit if you use a random number generator and you assign letters to it and that becomes the thing that starts you on your path. I do not care. Don't steal from people and make it your own. If you don't have a unique voice and you're literally just using it, then you're a piece of shit. But by the way, it's the same thing if you're stealing from ChatGPT or from some book you're reading, you're a piece of shit. Just fucking make it your own and check it. If you're getting sources, go read it. I've used ChatGPT. I don't use ChatGPT. I use Claude and a few others, but like just use it and then study it. It's a great Wikipedia is not something you should copy. You should use ChatGPT like Wikipedia. Oh, well, these things are interesting. Let me go look this up and develop my own opinions. If you're doing that, use it. Have fun. If you're just fucking, oh, write this thing for me, you suck. And this, sadly, Ben, the story's not in the book. I don't think you read this book, by the way. You didn't read a 1,000-page book on Stalin from 23 years ago anytime recently. So, this is another thing. You probably saw it as a source. Someone say, oh, in this book, I saw this story and he's using it, but he didn't check the source. God damn it. Just, I don't want to react to more people I like.
There's a story where Stalin and his powerful entourage of officials was traveling by motorcade when they came across a peasant woman struggling to push her cart up a hill. Stalin saw this and ordered the cars to stop and inquired about her situation. He wanted to give her some money to help her, but not one person in his entire entourage had a single ruble of cash on them. And that's because their wealth was in ideological power and
Look, that's not the reason. Okay, even if the story was true, which we just have read in the book, that the author doesn't believe it's true, that it was staged and set up as a thing, that he set it up as a thing. He built it and set it up this way, so he could use it as a story in the newspaper to be a man of the people. The idea that the wealthy people in Russia didn't have money is fucking stupid. They didn't, like, just dumb. You can just say, yes, Chad, you can just go, hey, I heard a story about Stalin that this happened. Cool. But sourcing thing that's wrong is embarrassing. But on top of it, buying this is stupid. Like, they used money. They were rich. They had lots of money.
influence. They didn't need cash because no matter how lavish their appetite, whatever they desired would be given to them.
It's just not true.
It wasn't until the deeply organized experiment of communism fell that the Soviet ruling class had to convert their wealth to a tradable commodity.
No. No, dude.
As oligarchs. Unfortunately for oligarchs, money can't buy everything. Money alone can't change laws. It can't force people to dress the way you want them to dress. Or to identify in a way that aligns with how you see them. It can't make ideologies against the law. It can't allow you to change the race, culture, or ethnicity of your neighbors. You can't buy someone else's choice.
He's literally showing video about how money has done this. Does anyone else find that really weird? Like, all of this is money being used to get him elected. Hundreds of millions of dollars. Oh, Ico Rules viewers, how are you doing? We're sadly realizing that one of my other favorite YouTubers I once again have learned is not very good. But welcome, and hey, Ico, hope you're well. I lasted longer than Ico. That's a fucking... Ico's a machine. Horrifying machine. Ben Jordan. This guy right here, who I really, really, really like, and I like his videos a lot. And then he tells a story of, here, we'll reintroduce you to it. You can watch. Tell me if you think this is a big deal.
It stops making sense to think of wealth as money. Hear me out. Here's a helpful metaphor from the book Stalin, the Court of the Red Tsar. There's a story where...
It is I like him too. It's not just Kid, but this is I'll send this clip to Kid. He said...
of wealth from a helpful metaphor from the book Stalin, the Court of the Red Tsar.
This book, This book, Stalin, Quarter Red Tsar by Simon Sebag Montefiore. It's about 1,000 pages. I know. I have the PDF. I've looked through it.
There's a story where Stalin and his powerful entourage of officials was traveling by motorcade when they came across a peasant woman struggling to push her cart up a hill. Stalin saw this and ordered the cars to stop and inquired about her situation. He wanted to give her some money to help her, but not one person in his entire entourage had a single ruble of cash on them. And that's because their wealth was in ideological power and influence. They didn't need cash because no matter how lavish their appetite, whatever they desired would be given to them. It wasn't.
Okay. Here's a couple issues. First off, that anecdote's not in the book. There's a similar anecdote that is nothing like that story at all that's in the book, but it's nothing like that story at all. And the author of the book explicitly says that it was staged. This video has almost 4 million views. Aiko. This is a significant YouTuber who I've liked and has done very fun stuff before. But the source is made up. The source is bullshit. And even if that, the idea that Stalin's entourage wouldn't have money and that the Soviet Union didn't have money meaningfully until Boris Yeltsin and on is so fucking ahistorical it's hard for me to describe. And it breaks my heart. Because it's just fucking... Is he a tanky? No, he's a hardline lib. I wish he was a tanky at this point, trust me. This has been like one of the worst readings of like capitalism I've seen in a long time. His music's good, his videos are so great, and he's really fun. He calls himself a libertarian. Oh no. God damn it. Really? Because you know the only true thing about libertarians is they want to liberate age of consent laws. Yes, the Don't Tread on Me flag is a 12-year-old girl. Who would ever call themselves that? Well, libertarians. And then this. I hate
money
this.
Can't buy everything.
So money can't buy the following things. Now I'm going to ask you, do you understand that money is bought them?
Everything. Money alone can't change laws. It can't force people to dress the way you want them to dress or to identify in a way that aligns with how you see them. It can't make ideologies against the law. It can't allow you to change the race, culture, or ethnicity of your neighbors.
He's literally saying money can't do these things and then showing how money's doing the things.
You can't buy someone else's choice to be or not be a parent, to graduate or transcend from those unfathomable limits of what money's wealth can get you. You need to control the power of information so that you can manipulate the world that you live in. And I believe that that is exactly what's happening, and unfortunately, I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. If you've stuck with me this long
He's
to
being ironic? Woof, that's a fucking...
listen to and
I think what he's saying is that you can't do it with money. You need to use money to get power to do those things, which I don't understand the difference. And I don't think the point is very good.
Consider my entire manifesto here. Thank you. And all I ask is that you consider the information in this video when you make personal decisions.
Please don't. This is not a good video. Ben has a lot of very good videos. This is a bad video.
Read the news or spend your precious time on this planet participating in the post-capitalist economy. I suppose you want some advice on how to educate yourself about current events.
Not really from you, buddy. Not right now. Ben has a handful of really, really fantastic videos. Pretty much everything, actually, I will tell you. His latest video, Birds Can Store Data, is really fucking great. This shit is awesome. The Economy of Hearing Loss. Fantastic. You can be recorded. AI music malware. Forget that one. I don't, this video sadly has never played for me. How capitalism is dink, I guess. I don't know. Not for me. Virgins are 59% less likely to own cents. That's funny. It's about data and everything. His videos are great and interesting. And he's very good usually. This video, The Dark Truth About Bots and how much bots are everything. Very good video. This is genuinely like out of nowhere for him, as far as I'm concerned. Ben, if you do see this, I would love to sit and explain all of this to you. Not on stream. No one has to know. I don't care about getting a bump from you. I know you're better than this. Dear fucking God, you're smarter than this. You've always been smarter than this. You're much more clever. This is embarrassing, embarrassing, embarrassing. Please don't do this. I'm a modular synth guy. That's how I came to him originally. Found him because he used to do just synth stuff. I think this actually might be the video I saw
Let
first.
me ask you a question.
It's one of my favorite apps, Midinus. It's like, it is Factorio for synths. I don't know how else to describe it. Go buy it on Steam. It's cheap, it's easy, it's super fun.
Will be my hi-hats.
You can put little things, you connect them, and then you send like electrical currents through and it goes and it does stuff and they send things back. It's a little video game management thing that's a MIDI controller. It's fucking awesome.
And I'll take this and send it down here.
Please follow it and listen. It's so great. I have not had, it's one of the more fun things I've ever played with. It's electroplankton on crack. Like, if you like Factorio and that kind of stuff, you can just, yeah, it's very electronics friendly. It is that thing. 100%. Please check it out. Can piracy be justified? The answer is yes, by the way. Pirate everything. Pirate everything. His videos used to be so good. And he is. His music understanding and his understanding of things is great. This was bad. This was bad. That's a shame. It's a shame. Tomorrow, everyone, we are probably going to be doing not much of a different thing than this. I'm going to be focusing heavily on a handful of don't listen to Brooks, do not pirate people. Don't pirate people, unless you can. Can justification be pirated? There's a number of theory books that you can download on multiple sites that I think push you that direction. Tomorrow, Fortnite. Wouldn't pirate a Brooks. I would, if you can pirate me, feel free. Clone me, set me up, get me working for you, exploit the shit out of that abstract labor. Sorry, that was a fucking Christ. Why would you do a video like this? What the fuck, man? Dude, come on. Come on, man. God damn it. So much. All right. Tomorrow, we'll be doing a stream. I'm going to be streaming some Dota because more relaxed stream for that. And then beyond that, we're going to be moving into a little bit more theory, maybe a little bit more reacts. If you like what I do, as a few have, and I appreciate everyone who does, send a super chat or a membership. It's lovely. I am getting out of here. I only outlasted Ico by about 20 minutes, but I'll consider that a badge of honor. The best thing you can do is to head over to patreon.com/DGQC and join up. Give a couple bucks every month. Brilliant. Saves everything. Love you very much. And of course, beyond that, join the QC, DGQC at discord.gg/DGQC. We have a bunch of shit going on. Lots of readings. Lots of really fantastic stuff. Head on over. Say hi. We have a bunch of readings tomorrow. Apparently tomorrow we've got a Spinoza reading. If you're wanting to learn Spinoza, don't do that shit. Next week, Anti-Oedipus again on Tuesday, right here. But next weekend-ish, Friday maybe, I'm going to be starting Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle by Klosowski, which has quickly become one of my favorite books. Ever. Will I teach you philosophy? Yeah, that's what I do. That's what we do. Hang out. We'll do some stuff. And then beyond that, maybe launching a Minecraft thing in the next day or two. Fun little project I've been doing. Kid Not Kid's helping out with it, so that's kind of a blast. And I was going to play some other games. Don't know. We'll see. Not sure. No idea. But you're appreciated. We love you. If you want to learn philosophy, stick around, surf the channel, have some fun. And ultimately, beyond that, I guess, as I like to say, see you guys